Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing, everybody? How are we doing? Let me just get a couple things reset and get ready to go. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-boom. Alright, we got some live matches in the OSC today rather than the replays which we've been doing, which is very exciting. So we're going to be diving into that in just a moment or two. It's going to be Classic versus Cristiano to start us off, and we're going to follow through the winner bracket for a little while. So, yeah, very exciting. Very exciting. Never this early in the stream. Welcome to the early stages of the stream. This is what we do. You see me come online, you see me... Actually, this time I didn't have to fix my webcam. That's what usually happens. But then you see me as I move the... reset the daily goals and stuff, because I'm just terrible at remembering to do this most of the time as well. And stuff resets and so on. And then you get to sit and wait with us while we wait for the first players to get themselves sorted out. So, being here early is really exciting. All these wonderful things happen. Hey, what's up, Gorkon? Thank you so much for the 17-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Thank you for supporting. Thank you very much indeed. We are going to get going in a few moments, guys. Like I say, just getting on track and underway. Getting this all settled in and ready to partake in some action. Like I said, just getting ready and making sure we're all set and just finishing off a couple things we can fully focus on our games and hopefully have a good day of OSC. It's going to be 6 best of 5s today. We'll be doing 4 of them live and then a couple from replays towards the end. So that's the kind of plan of action there. So that should be kind of fun too. And yeah, honestly, for the most part, just looking forward to it. Like I say, it should be a good time as we get ready to rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Cool, 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 cool. But yeah, it's just... Sorry, just something not quite going so smoothly as I thought it was about to, but all good. Alright, players are here, so they should start videoing and get going in a moment. I guess I'm just gonna get ourselves sorted on something on this side, sorry. Sorry. See, the start of the stream really is exciting. See how fun this is? So much going on. What's up, Christopher? How are you doing? Hello, Sajik as well. Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. It's very, very exciting indeed. Sweet. Alright. Central, West, Central, and we should be able to go in a moment or two. The guys are just getting ready, like I say, and we should be able to kick this off and get into some action. So thank you for a little bit of patience, and like I say, we'll be underway in just a few to keep some games rolling for you all. Get some OSC action on the way. Any maracas solo today? Great question. Maracas solo. We could do some maracas if the situation allows for it. I mean, yeah. I don't know what would necessarily debate or decide that, but sure. If the situation stays in Maracas, we'll Maraca, but I guess we'll see whether or not that's gonna be the case or not fairly soon. Alright, cool. I think I'll sort out what I need to get sorted out. So I think we're gonna be good to go. Like I say, we're just waiting for the players, which should only take a couple of moments, and then we should be, like I say, right on into some action here, getting into some games. Hosting is being made as we speak. So going into Tourmaline, kick this off, and getting ready to go. Classic just needs a moment, but we're in the lobby otherwise, so we are going to be here in a couple of seconds. Perfect. How about we have a look at the bracket then, guys? Let me get my own bracket link to open the bracket. So this is the bracket. It's spread over a couple of different portions, but basically what we're going to be watching today from the winner bracket is we're going to be watching Classic versus Cristiano, the winner versus Solar, the winner versus Showtime, the winner versus MaxPax. So kind of cheering on Solar a little bit to give us a couple ZVPs at least in a row, maybe. But it's fun matches no matter what. Then we will be dropping to the lower bracket for a couple of matches down here as well. We have Mana versus MilkyCow today, as well as Mixu versus GG Machine, which I also think is kind of a fun little matchup as well. So I think we've got a fun few matches coming up. I think we're going to be in for a good little time. Hopefully you guys are excited, and hopefully you're with me for a few hours, or you've got that planned out, because I'm going to be here for a few hours as we work through this as well. So like I say, plenty going on, plenty happening. I'm going to get into all of it in just a few moments' time. Very exciting indeed. Sweet. Like I say, we're literally in the lobby. We're just now waiting for Classic to confirm that he is ready to go. So if Classic gives us a go-ahead, we can kick off into this. But that's literally all we're waiting on. We're just waiting for Classic, who just now said ready. So fingers crossed that means we should be able to actually get into this in a second or two, guys. So thank you again for some patience. Just taking a little while to truly get things started today. But Cristiano says go. Classic is ready. And we're going to kick off into our first best of 5 of the day. Some PvP. Will I be covering the Ryongi Cup qualifiers? Oh, yes. I've had a fun morning with that. Wake up. Hey, there's a new $20,000 tournament. Amazing. When is it? Every single day. I just scheduled a tournament for in the next 2 weeks. You know, if they'd announced this 3 days ago, I just would have saved myself the money of running a tournament. Unfortunately, I've already announced my tournament, and it's already going to happen. So, yeah, it's a little awkward, but basically the Ryongi Cup is going to happen over a bunch of the WardiTV Winter Cup dates, as well as some WardiTV Mondays. So we will cover the entire event, apart from it's actually a couple of the group days are on days I'm away for Pokemon tournament. So there's a couple group days I'll miss. But outside of that, we're just gonna send it basically, and yeah, I'll be here for them. We're gonna delay all of our we're gonna delay the start time of some of our Monday Cups as well as some of our other tournaments to be able to basically double stream. So we're gonna do Ryongi Cup into WardiTV Cup action. So we're gonna have like back-to-back games and so on, and tournaments. So it's now that January is actually gonna be a little busy and a little hectic. So yeah. So yes, that will be going on. That will happen. So yes, that will be coming up at some point. It starts this weekend. No, it starts on like Sunday. Yeah, because that's our first day of the Winter Cup. So yeah. Brilliant. Yes, so it's going to be a little bit hectic, but I think I got everything sorted out. I woke up and had to do a bunch of admin work and stuff. So yeah, we will get that sorted and so on and so forth. All right, we got ourselves some PvP here between Classic and Cristiano to start off the day as we kick off in the top right with Classic, in the bottom left Cristiano, and into this best of 5, sorry. And like I say, going to follow this section of the winner bracket on, so 4 matches in a row with potentially, maybe if Classic wins through today, we could just watch 4 Classic matches in a row. So yeah, potential to see how that plays out. We're going to figure out a lot of this upper bracket then over the next few hours, and then like I say, a couple more of those lower bracket round 1 matchups going to get figured out as well. So a lot of figuring out of stuff today. 6 more best of 5s, and that's going to be the end of our OSC action for this week. I'm off tomorrow completely. I'm not doing anything tomorrow. Full day off, and then on Saturday we'll be here with the qualifier for the WardiTV Winter Cup. On Sunday we'll be here with Group A of the Winter Cup, as long as I can get the players together for it. I've confirmed one player. It's going to be a bit weird because a couple of people are traveling for the Big Gabe event on Saturday, which we're going to overlap with a little bit, but yeah. There is a lot going on, is the TLDR, but I'll be here Saturday, Sunday after the day, and then we start up on Monday again. And again, Monday is the first day of the Monday's the first day of delaying the Monday Cup due to the fact that we have no choice because the Chinese tournament is scheduled right over the top of us. So yeah, what a fun time, guys. What a fun time with loads of StarCraft. It is going to be fun, though. I mean, real talk, obviously. There's only so many empty days or less days going on overall, so we gotta give some leeway somewhere, and we can't just be upset that people are running other tournaments. So yes, we're gonna have a bunch of tournaments going on. It's gonna be fun. Looking forward to it all. Let's talk about this PvP. Classic and Cristiano. As Classic coming across the map. Cristiano showing us yesterday that he was pretty content to play a pretty, what I would call a pretty passive kind of PvP against Shameless. Him and Shameless were going into like expands and blink most games. Cristiano mixed up with a Robo one time. As soon as you involve a Korean, the level of aggression is 100% just going to rise. And I think that's immediately going to be what starts kind of happening here as well. So you're going to see the aggression kind of coming up, and Classic already kind of pressing forward. I actually think it's a really fun matchup because, yeah, Classic's obviously kind of our name favorite and our kind of results favorite, but I actually think in a world of PvP, I do think in an online event as well, Classic could absolutely lose this. Like, I do not think this is a gimme. I don't think this is a guarantee by any stretch of the imagination. So yeah, I really do see this being an interesting little scenario playing out. I'm excited to see how exactly things will go. As we have little Stalker's going to shoot through, centering the Stalkers take some damage. You can see that Stalker here taking a few hits as well. So we go back and forth. A few probes will continue to pull in as well. Just trying to do as much as possible here currently, and again, trying to find out if there's anything else that may happen over the next few moments. To see the last Stalker will go down, and that will kind of be the end of that for the moment as well. So that will kind of get wrapped up, and we can continue through from there. I mean, we're going to warp in a couple more depths, and there's an Immortal coming up right now as well, so we have a little extra still being added on and brought through. Just going to see those couple Stalkers going in after the two Adepts, so again, a bit more damage being done. Adepts will begin to go down. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers still chasing after the other Stalkers as well, so they're obviously not going to let up easily in the slightest. These three probes are going to gather together also and help to play cleanup. So Cristiano constantly on the defense, having to pull probes, right? Doing all these things that are going to naturally slow you down in general in the game. So that's going to be a big part of the problem that we're seeing thus far. TBD forever. I just turn on your stream and watch what you show us. Yeah, I mean, that works. That's a great way of doing it too. You see the stream notification, bam, you click it. We're usually live at the same time each day. The good thing about the Chinese event, it's 1 hour earlier than my usual start time, so you guys are going to get me 1 hour earlier, and we'll obviously be going for like a full 6-7 hours probably on each of those days if we're doubling up content. So it's going to be, honestly, I'm kind of excited. Like, it was a bit, like, I woke up and at first I was like, oh, scheduling. And it's like, actually, honestly, because, like, my plan was not exactly to do, like, 7-hour days already. It was, like, to do some 3-hour days. So you whack a couple of 3-hour days together, and we actually get some really decent streams, and I don't have to stress about half of it. So, super into it, honestly. January just got a whole lot more fun, and it's already pretty darn fun because of the OSC Championship, which, obviously, we're finishing off day 1 of week 1, day 3 of week 1 here. Oh, having day 3 of week 1. We're finishing off week 1 here today. Yes, that's what I was going for. That's why I had 1 in my mind. We're finishing off week 1 here today. And obviously we'll have ourselves the week 2 starting up next week as well. Should also be fun. It's just going to be fun through and through. I think we're going to have a lot going on. Like I say, it's going to be some good times, I think. Nexus Probes, Adepts, all on the way through. Twilight Council and Forge. Building on the side of Classic. That Nexus coming up and online as well. So we bring a lot of this into play. Just get settled here. And we figure out exactly how everything is going to work. A couple of Adepts across the map from Classic. Again, just finding a few probes. Would have had a couple more here if they were target firing correctly or a bit more in sync. Cristiano poking across the map. Again, credit to Cristiano. He's actually been under pressure the entire game pretty much, and he's holding on nicely in the supply. I do feel like Classic is starting to do a couple of things here where it's going to get a little bit frustrating, right? Because, you know, you're basically up in your, he's basically up in your face right now. with those adepts still, so those adepts still being annoying. Like I say, Cristiano gets some map control too. It still feels like Classic still is just kind of playing this well, but all of that harassment has just not necessarily netted him the advantage I think he would have loved to have seen here. So, yeah. In that regard, something a little bit less happening overall. As Resonating Glaives and +1 will both continue up as well, so we get all of that coming through, bringing a lot of this into play right away now. As you can actually dive in, Classic has multiple Immortals, which should keep you very safe here, and I mean, he's going to kill 2 of them, but it costs you a lot of Stalkers because it takes a while to kill them. You committed into that position with the Blinking as well, so you were not preserving any of the units while that was happening. So yeah, that's going to be a pretty quick cleanup there. As we just see the +1 on the Resonating Glaive still coming about. The Adepts are going to shade over. They're going to go after a couple of probes as well, so 2 of those go down immediately. The Stalkers are going to be here, chase those Adepts around. We blink back away from that first shot of fire from Classic on the right-hand side. And yeah, the +1 on the Glaives continuing to come through. Stalkers still shooting. Adept going down. A couple more Stalkers warping in. I'm just going to be seeing 6 workers going down so far, so good damage being dealt in these early stages. So Resonating Glaives and +1 comes up from Classic. I mean, he's going to commit to a big push, and don't get me wrong, his army supply is good, but like, he did lose Immortals, so he did lose a bit of power, and he will have to start adding Adepts on to actually make use of that Glaives as well sooner rather than later, so we'll see exactly how that pans out. All those Stalkers gathering together and joining up here. A few extra gates coming through. The Templar Archives is in production as well. A couple of the gateways going to come about right now. We're just going to be seeing the Adepts getting over. A couple of those probes begin to drop. It's going to be 3-4 workers going down quickly. You're going to see the Zealots coming by. A couple of gates coming about, the rest of the Stalkers coming over as well. Just going to see that Stalker Immortal Force will be in position immediately to try and continue fighting here. So already in place to try and get a little more done. And a couple of those gates continuing through that High Templar play, continuing up as well. Just for a couple of moments right now. So again, getting a lot of this underway. The Stalkers pulling back. There's big push of Classic coming right across the map right now. So again, coming across to this other side, you're going to see a bunch of Adepts are going to shade forward here to put some pressure on as well. As Adepts are going to fade away, the Stalker's going to blink back a little bit. Mortal's going to get jumped on too. The couple of Archons wrapping around. The Zealots are going to surround this as well. Cristiano. I mean, honestly, I don't know if Classic has a way to get rid of these Zealots, but Cristiano's supply is dropping. I guess, yeah, I guess the Adepts are in fact the way to get rid of this. So I guess we do have a way, realistically. We just haven't really put an end to this just yet. As we see the Stalkers and the Immortals still fighting, the Archons still swinging on through. A couple more High Templar again warped in as well, so we get a little bit more of that coming out. Cristiano just going to say GG, deciding that this one is going to be done and dusted. And that is pretty much going to be all they wrote on this one. Classic takes the opening game. Yeah, for a moment it looked as though the Zealots were going to be kind of nasty, but I kind of forgot, like, that's the whole point of the freaking Adepts, right? To actually just clean up those Zealots quickly and effectively, and to not let that become an issue. And that is, in the end, what ends up happening. So nicely handled, and on to the next one, as they say, as we get ready for game 2 here in a couple of moments. We're going to go to Ruby Rock for our second map between Classic and Cristiano. So we're going to get this straight underway, get this started up, and we're going to kick this into action right about now. Hell yeah. Does this tournament allow players to race switch? Can Clem play pros against Terrans and Terrans against others? Yes, I would imagine so. Every tournament allows this nowadays. This is the rules that forbade you from doing that are super old school, honestly. Like, it's just not a thing anymore. It was like some of the OG rules in StarCraft, but like I say, it's not really done. No one wants to hurt their own tournament by making up rules that disagree with the bigger tournaments and would potentially make players a little upset as well. We just wait for Cristiano and Classic to figure themselves out here for a moment or two. I mean, this is me just presuming that maybe there is a rule that stops it, but I don't think so, because I'm pretty sure Clem played this tournament last year and played Protoss versus Terran as well, if I'm not mistaken. Unless that didn't actually come around, so. Perfect end into the winter holiday with an SC2 stream? Hell yeah. Well, sorry that that's the end of your winter holiday, but hell yeah to some SC2s as we're just waiting for Cristiano. I'll be off into this game number 2, guys, kicking into more action here today. Rules for changing mid-series. That part, yeah, okay, that part kind of makes sense. I think that's still something which makes sense, but there's nothing to stop you kind of picking a race before a series, right? I think is kind of what most tournaments agree on now. Changing mid-series, personally, I think changing mid-series shouldn't be allowed because I always thought that this was like a way to just take advantage of maps and take advantage of your opponent's vetoes, basically, and I think that's kind of against the spirit of how we veto and how we, you know, how StarCraft is kind of set up, kind of just because of the way it works. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just that's very much an opinion thing as well, so. It resets the vetoes. Oh, I like that. So they can change mid-series, but you're able to re-veto. That's kind of interesting. So you basically can't... You basically can't race pick to kind of take advantage of a map. That kind of fits in with my ideas of it as well, where it's just like... I think that's kind of against the spirit of how StarCraft 2 has grown to be, so... Anyways, we do have our next game here. Let's kick this off. In the bottom right-hand side, we're going to have the red Protoss player. This is going to be Classic. He's obviously up a game right now in this best of 5. And he's going up against Cristiano, the blue Protoss, in the upper left-hand side of the map. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Away we go. Figure out what we're going to do here and how things are going to go. Couple gates coming up. Probes on the way through. See if anyone wants to try and single gate expand at any point of this series, or if we're going to stick to the double gating. I think that's a question that can only really be decided as the players play. I don't think either of these guys are big one-gate expanders, but that doesn't mean we can't. You know, it doesn't mean they can't mix it in, especially over the course of a longer series like a best of 5. Mixing in a, you know, something along those lines, you know, can be effective maybe. So it's not really the map to do it on, though. Ruby Rock will be more so a 2-gate map. That is what we're seeing the players show to us just for the moment. This opening of the second game. No Cybercore's coming up as well. That obviously will let us really get this game started. We do have a little pylon down over here from Classic. It's kind of an off proxy. You know, it's a hidden pylon. I mean, the probe just got seen. He's going to cancel it straight away. I don't know if he was really, truly intending to hide something there, or if he was just trying to... I think he was just trying to hide the pylon on the map. But then why build an exposed pylon if your opponent's about to scout it super quickly anyway? Because the advantage of... You're basically then saying your advantage of kind of hiding this pylon to try and trick your opponent is disappearing immediately, and then it's just an exposed pylon, which could obviously come in and impact you negatively a bit further down the line, right? So I think it makes sense to sort of just cancel that and just say, okay, you're on the way to spot that, never mind. Especially when the probe spots your probe, so it knows you've been down there, so you're 100% going to go and check just to make sure you have a rough idea of what's going on in the game. So yeah, cancel makes a lot of sense there. As the Stargate starts up from Classic, he's going to go Adepts, which allows him to have that little bit more gas available for teching initially. The gas from Cristiano will instead go into a Sentry and a Stalker, so he will go into the Gateway units only. Sentry Stalker as a combination initially, getting that underway. A couple of Adepts do begin to shade their way across to the other side as well, cancellation allows us to then build the Nexus. Obviously Classic will be trailing in that regard for a moment or two as we set back up. Couple of Adepts going to shade around again. The Adept and the Warp Gate continue to come about as well, so we get a lot of that underway right here. And gets settled for a few moments. The Stalkers and the Sentries can come back over too. The couple of Adepts are going to move around also, so just going to get those on the move. A couple of Adepts taking some shots. Again, the Stalkers and the Sentries continue to come over once again. A couple extra Stalkers being warped in right now, getting that in position. Oracle going to fly in. Let's see if Classic can get some damage done, as he's actually going to go... Surely, I mean, we're trying to kill the battery to give access to the Adepts. That's definitely one way to do it. I mean, it's going to be slow going, but he does break through on the other side. Meanwhile, we're going to try and have to defend over here as Cristiano already poking up. There's a battery in this mineral line too, but obviously the two Adepts can one-shot through the battery, and then the Oracle damage combining is adding a little bit of a drain to that resource as well for now. So 4 probes go down, but Classic is still in trouble over here. Cristiano is ignoring the probes for a little bit simply because we can get as much damage on the army units as possible. We desperately need a warping right here as Classic. He's down a lot of supply right now, and it's all in the army. He is 100% struggling in that regard. He is not in a pretty place in that position at all. A couple Stalkers still trying to chase through. One Stalker in the back will end up dropping. The Stalker just about survives from Cristiano. I think Cristiano is going to kill Classic. He just didn't have a defense at home. Opened with that Stargate. And just didn't have the units here to kind of... he didn't protect his units here is the issue, right? Like, okay, yes, you're not going to have the units straight away. Your opponent built only units, whereas you obviously did not just only build units. So you're not going to get away with then trying to just, you know, losing a unit or two when your opponent shows up. That's not okay. That's not allowable, is what it kind of comes down to. So there we go. As we get ready for a game number 3, it's all tied up. Classic and Cristiano 101 in this winner's bracket. Man, it's so nice to keep yourself alive in the winner bracket, because the moment you drop down to the lower bracket in this event, it is going to become an absolute effort. I mean, the loser of this drops quite deep into the lower bracket, so there is a big benefit there. You miss a lot of the lower bracket in itself is kind of its own tournament for the first few rounds. So you're going to drop into like what I would call the nicest section of the lower bracket, but man, like, it's still not fun. It's a whole lot more games to win to advance than if you just win here and obviously go on a run today. Like I said, that's not easy. There's a bunch of great players involved. But yeah, I mean, I guess nothing's easy in that regard. White Rabbit coming up for a map 3, so we get this underway. And that'll start up in just a couple moments. Get this on the route. White Rabbit, White Rabbit, White Rabbit, as they say at the start of the month. Alright, Go-Go gets called. I'm going to jump into our game 3 of this series. All tied up, Cristiano Classic. I'm not surprised, honestly. Like, a lot of people might be like, holy crap, Cristiano just took a map of Classic. I think we know he can do this, right? Like, I think we know Cristiano is good enough to kind of deliver on that level. I think we know he can kind of get to that sort of point. He can show up and do those kind of things. So yeah, like, I'm not surprised by that result of him taking a map. I'd be surprised if he took the series. I think that is truly an upset. In PvP, dropping a map, I'm not so surprised about. But that's also why I believe he can, you know, win the series, because at the same time, you know, it's just a few maps of PvP. Like, it feels doable. Like, it feels achievable. So we'll see, as we have in the top right. Definitely our favorite in the red is going to be Classic in the top right corner of the map here. And he takes on, in the other side, the blue Protoss. It's going to be the wonderful Cristiano. We got a lot of this set up. We get this underway. We're going to be having the gates coming through, the probes coming up. And obviously, once again, a few moments to just get established for a couple of moments. Get things started off initially. Again, there's a couple of simulators coming around. The gates coming through. The probes in production. Can take a couple moments here to settle everything and see what things are going to do. Again, those gates coming about. Get ourselves into position here. Probes is going to keep chrono boosting along for a couple of moments as well, so it's going to bring a lot of that online and get that economy truly rolling. That probe on the map, obviously scouting and trying to figure out what else is going on. Wish there was a random only tournament to show the real skill of a diversity player. I mean, random only usually just gets decided on who rolls their main race the most. Random only is rough because, like, it's just not balanced, right? And not everyone everyone practices their off races different amounts, and like even within the matchup, like say usually it's a ZVP, but they're gonna play random, right? If the Zerg rolls Protoss versus if the Zerg rolls against Zerg, for example, that's beneficial because they're gonna understand the Zerg matchups way better. anyway, right? So there's just so much randomness in the random selection, which obviously, sure, it's a random tournament, so maybe that's part of it. I'm not complaining that that's part of it. I'm just saying, like, I don't think that's something which is... I think it's fun to throw in every now and again. It's not something I think we need long-term or permanently. That's where you would train for that. And no one is no one is going to invest enough money for anyone to train specifically for that. Because then why would you not just invest in a proper tournament that's going to give you better games? Because you're basically saying, instead of being the absolute best you can be, instead of like trying to be the best you can be, train to be better overall in things that don't typically affect you or improve you in your other games. Right? And then you still get screwed by RNG, because if your opponent just rolls their main race they've been playing for years into your off race 2 games out of 3, then it doesn't matter. Imagine the skill ceiling. Sure, I mean, in a perfect world where we have endless money and we can force formats like this, maybe, but the truth of StarCraft 2 is as well, I think, is that some players are always just going to be better with a certain race overall. Like, certain races are just going to be players' main races. There's going to be strength for that, and I don't think that's going to necessarily change too much. There's a couple of players, like, you think about how much it took for players to get to the level they're at right now in StarCraft 2. It took a long-ass time, you know? And obviously a lot of skills carry over, but the reality is these guys are still practicing that, you know, that main race of theirs day in and day out to maintain this level and to keep up and to keep on trying to push that level. That deteriorates so much if you then have to split your attention across 2 more races again, right? Couple probes coming up, and you see the blink on the way through on both sides as well, so bring that straight into play here. Just for the moment, a couple of the Adepts coming around, Adept and Stalker coming up and online. It's going to be seeing the 2 Adepts coming over, the Adept going to shade over to the sides there for a couple moments. Again, there's going to be the blink coming up on both sides. The Robo facility starting. And that Nexus coming through as well. Both depth shots coming by. Just going to be seeing a couple probes. Going to get chased for a little bit. And we just have ourselves a blink. On the way from both, I mean, it's just going to be Cristiano with that expansion where Classic is going into the Robo already. So Cristiano taking the economic route and dealing some damage here. Going to equalize the worker count already. So that's going to put you in a nice place to begin with. Then coming up on both sides, a couple stalkers are coming through for the gateway, the assimilator, and so coming up as well, bringing a lot more of that online for the moment and seeing where we can take things. It's a lot of units from Classic, which I guess we're kind of expecting him to bring some units across the map here. See exactly how this goes. Pylon going to end up being cancelled pretty quickly. We'll got force fields, but I'm just not sure we have the unit count to keep this up. I mean, a couple good force fields go a little bit of the way, but they don't last forever, and it's definitely not long enough for you to kill a Nexus, so that's going to have to back it up. His own Nexus on the way through, drops one more force field down, actually forces a blink back, which should mean he's safe to just go running here. Turns around with a couple more force fields of his own, blinks aggressively, but just can't really get enough out of it. Just doesn't really get, like I say, enough kind of value overall there, really.
Game paused.
I was gonna say those Adepts just shaded in, and he typed PP, and I was like, "Whoa, you just GG'd the Adepts?" No, just a pause. Please request. Please pause request, and we'll take a second and get that resolved, and hopefully back on track before you guys even know it. Well, you guys probably will know it based on the current speed of things, but all good, all good. Alright, well, like I said, maybe a bit longer of a pause. How are you all doing in the chat? Again, welcome everyone to the OSC Championship 13 today. Our third broadcast in a row of this and of this week. And like I say, after this one, we will be done for the week on OSC, and we'll be back next week with more games once again. Doing good. Nice. Instead of random, make every best of three, a best 9 first players play every race for that series. Okay, that they have to play all 3 before they swap back. Pig used to do this actually, where he did like everyone played the opponent in each and every matchup. So everyone played TVZ, then ZVT, and PvP. You know what I mean? So that was kind of interesting. I mean, you're still gonna get determined on maps and stuff as well, right? Like the problem is if you say, okay, you just have to pick each race, there's still going to be a randomness of, do you pull main race versus main race, or do you just trade main race versus off race 1-1 each, and then the you know what I mean? Like so much of it still just gets determined on who plays what when, rather than actual, you know what I mean? It's all of these things are cool. There's a reason all of these things do not get the same viewership as just straight up high level, actual committed, normal 1v1 tournaments, you know? That's why I'm Mr. Boring. Honestly, guys, like that's why I'm Mr. Boring. Wardy, why are you running the WardiTV 27th Cup of the Year that looks like the same thing? Because that's what people mostly actually want to watch, sadly. They want to watch normal, straight up games with the players playing their best races. That's what people like the most. It's what's comfortable, and that makes sense. And sometimes we mix it up because it is fun to mix it up. But like the reality is the most wanted thing is just high level StarCraft. Very serious pause from Cristiano. It's rare that we pause for such an extended period of time, so hopefully all is okay, and hopefully we can get sorted and back on track in a moment. Hopefully, I don't know, delivery or something, someone at the door. I don't know. I'm sure it's fine. Just can take a moment or so to resolve it. Do. Alright. Looks as though Cristiano will say sorry and go, so we might get back on track. Let's see what happens next. Gogos is classic, and Cristiano comes straight back into it. These Adepts did just shade right in over here, so they're going to make their arrival, and they're going to make themselves known. And right off the bat there, you obviously have some damage being done, so a little bit of damage right off the bat. We are going to be seeing the other Stalkers and Sentries going back around, and those few probes going down. Stalkers got another couple of pickoffs for a moment or so here. So a little bit extra being done just for now. And we're waiting to see what the next stage of this shall bring us. I mean, at this point, the supplies are pretty even. Classics behind a few workers, but that part shouldn't be too surprised. I mean, that happens a fair amount as well, to be fair, so yeah, looks pretty reasonable kind of across the board here. See exactly what happens, like I say, in the next few moments of this one. Get this underway. Let's see, the Stalker's going to show up in Classic in the main base. Is going to immediately depower 2 of the gateways, so that's going to be a good starting point. Depower a couple of gates, slows some things down from his opponent, and then just going to recall these Stalkers out. So a dive in that doesn't cost you too much, but does throw your opponent a little bit under the bus in terms of their preparation and how ready they are to really partake and continue through. Yeah, that Resonating Glaive's coming up, Attack Upgrade coming by, Gates in the Prism all coming online as well, so a lot of this just going through for the moment here. Just going to see those Stalkers in the center. He's going to knock themselves through a set of rocks at the moment, so we can pick our way through that for a couple of moments as well. Get that ready to go also. Again, the +1 attack and Resonating Glaives continues to come across. a lot of units down that right-hand side. Classic will make a bit of a play over. So, again, he's going to be the one on the map and being aggressive. He's up in army supply, so he may not be wrong to making that choice. I think he's actually going to be pretty accurate in terms of what he can do and what he wants to do here, quite frankly. So I don't mind this at all just yet. As you just see a couple more zealots warping in. The Immortal coming up, the gate and the next continuing through. Just have our Stalkers pulling back over to the center. And a few more Adepts going to warp in as well here from Classics. Are still looking to make a bit of a push down to the bottom. So going to see a couple of hits coming through immediately. And those Stalkers getting caught. Not good for Cristiano. Classic's on the map. I don't know why Classic's got probes here, but otherwise Classic just on the map and ready to make things happen. Cristiano's the one taking damage and starting to have to run away from this and get everything reset and so in the next few moments. Depths will fight, Immortals will be here. Just going to see a few of these Stalkers going down. The Prism very nearly went down. Obviously we've got the Glaives available here from Classic to try and help you power through this army, and it's working. His army supply is obviously superseding that of his opponent. Those Archons are tricksy, and if there's a few Archons left and the Adepts are not cleaned, and the Adepts get cleaned up, then maybe there's something to talk about there, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be going that far. We're just going to be seeing the rest of these units jumping through, and it does feel as though that's going to be enough for Classic. Admittedly, mostly what's left is going to be Adepts, but Adepts can obviously trade well, especially if you're overwhelming. Adepts can kill things they don't even, trade well with necessarily a lot of the time. Cristiano's going to tap on out of here, and Classic will take the 2-to-1 advantage in this PvP after a little bit of a slowdown with the break that was required. It does get kind of back onto its aggressive nature very, very soon after. Alright, we're going to get into game number 4, which will be Mud to Madness. Classic continue to host us up and keep us moving. Like I say, it's going to be a little bit of a later night for the Koreans, so he's obviously going to want to keep things moving. It is going to be Korea. At least one Korean advancing through. If Classic wins this, then obviously it's Korea versus Korea next, because the winner of this plays Solar. So yeah, keeping this moving along quickly. Players eager to keep this going. And we're eager to keep it going as well. Alright, we are going to be kicking this off, guys. Couple of moments. Get this ready to go into Winter Madness. Let's do it, and let's see what we get on this one. In the bottom right-hand side is going to be our Red Protoss player up 2-to-1. It is Classic, and he takes on Cristiano in the top left. See if he can bring it back a little bit here or not. Okay, we're coming up on both sides. The assimilator will come by. Those gates coming online, so everything looking pretty regular for a moment or two here as we get this up and running. Get this into position and just see how exactly everything is going to go. Cybercore starts, and the gateway coming up as well, so bringing a lot of that through just for the moment. Second to the 2 gates on each side. But this time we're going to see Classic being a bit more aggressive because he's throwing down the robo facility into the middle of the map. So he's actually going to put that down out over into the center. That's going to be a little bit of a switch up from what we've been seeing so far. But there's been, there's been some aggression, but it's been expansion focused. This one seems to be less so from Classic. Robo facility comes online, 2 Adepts will come up. No surprise to see the Robo from that position, and Classic will be the aggressor here in this PvP to try and kickstart us into some action. will favor him. So we'll see how this goes. Sentry and Stalker both building for Cristiano. Again, Robo Facility and a couple Stalkers coming through too, so we continue to bring that online into position for a moment or so, and yeah, everything just settling here right now. Again, that Stalker and the Sentry coming up, the Wargate coming through, a couple of Adepts moving out over on that side, and the Prism is going to be Corona boosting along as well. The Adepts will threaten, and the battery goes up. I don't know why we're chasing with the Stalkers and the Sentries there, as though we're not just going to throw the battery down to, to block this. I was just thinking, like, well, what if the Stalker Sentry gets ahead and actually block the battery coming down? Then I guess maybe then the units are there anyway, so it doesn't really matter. A funky moment. A couple of Adepts will shade, but nothing to come of them just yet for now. Well, it's going to be the Prism initiative from Classic to try and get a little bit of something going at the very starting point of this. So it's a little bit of value right off the bat. Just going to see that Robo Facility still coming up as well. That's going to be done for Cristiano, but the Immortal now arriving as well. So this is where Classic can obviously try and get a little extra done. See how much damage he can find. Two Stalkers and the Immortal just going to shoot onto the pylon. Going to knock that down. Take that away. Oh, loses the Prism. It's not exactly going to be good for Classic, because now his units are going to be stuck in the main base as well. He's going to finish off that Sentry. It's going to be pretty much the last thing he can do, and yeah, that was absolutely not ideal at all. And Sentries, the Prism still continuing up. Just going to be seeing the Prism continue to come by. Continue to get that into place right there. The Immortal on the way through, the Prism, a couple Sentries continue to come by for the moment. So again, a lot of that coming up. It's going to be having the Prism stepping over, and yeah, Adept is going to be shading its way through to a little bit of info going. Prism very nearly going down, and because of that it has to abandon the Immortal over here, so Cristiano is going to catch Classic just in a pickle once again. Just cannot get out of trouble here. So far as Cristiano having an absolutely terrible time on us, as Classic, sorry, having an absolutely terrible time trying to get into any sort of beneficial place. This Prism is going to go down as well, so that's going to get picked off, and jeez man, this is becoming kind of brutal, to be honest. The Adepts continue through, a few more probes going down. 7 workers going to be killed at the moment, just going to be having the Immortal still coming up as well. The Stalkers and the Sentries come over, the Immortal going to be right there. We have the Prism here, and I mean, overall, Classic is just in trouble. Robo will be depowered. What we're going to do is going to run these units kind of towards the other side of the map. Seems to be the current plan. Robo Facility dead. The Sentry, the Adepts, and the Immortals will gather and try and shove across to do something. Double Battery going to help protect, though. At the same time, Classic does not really have much army back at home, so defending is going to be extremely difficult for him. Battery, again, energy recharge to give it a bit more life here. And I mean, his Immortals will just eventually go down, at which point this just didn't really do enough, and Classic is going to be falling in this game 4, and Cristiano going to take us all the way to a 5th game in this series. GG, Cristiano 2, Classic 2, tied up and now ready to go into a 5th map of this best of 5. Well. One of these guys will advance on through to play solo. One of them will be eliminated here as we go into Taito Citadel. Cristiano able to get the defense off on that robo play. Shut that down, deal with that. And on we go. On we go in the lobby, so not going to be long. Just going to kick this straight in, and we're not going to hold it up for anything at least, so Ready to party. Go gold. And away we are headed. Into Titus Citadel, guys. Getting this going. Appreciate you all. And yeah, let's kick this into a little more action. One final map. In the top left, it is going to be our red Protoss. This is a classic. Going to be up against the blue Protoss player in the bottom right side. We're going to have ourselves Cristiano. Who gets the edge on this one is going to be our question mark as we get ready to start up here. Get this on the way. Getting a couple gates coming about, that assimilator coming through. Just got a lot of that on the way here initially. Nothing too crazy just yet. It's just going to be seeing our gates coming by, the probe coming up. Get sorted here for a moment. Guys, the schedule for today is this winner of this plays Solar, the winner of that plays Showtime, the winner of that plays MaxPax. Then we also have MilkyCow versus Mana and GG Machine versus Mixu. Those are the 6 series coming up today. Just to clarify what's going on. Plenty of games to come. We started a bit later today. I was out. This one had something to do, so yeah, not as early a start as usual, but still just as much StarCraft as usual, basically. My Terrans out. The other parts of the bracket. Clem and Björn are both on the top portion of this same kind of section that we're doing, so next week I suppose we're probably going to get that, and then have some Terrans in the lower bracket, I guess. Did I celebrate a birthday last night or something? Nope. I just had to go to an appointment today, which was about half an hour before when we usually stream, so I want to make sure that we had plenty of time to be home and ready to thingy. Oh, I see what you mean. It was my birthday yesterday. I didn't do anything that exciting. As you can tell, it kind of passed by, so. yeah, I just that didn't click at all. I went out and played Pokemon cards last night. That was literally my evening. I went out and played some cards. I came home, I chilled, went to bed. Had stuff to do this morning. My birthday present from the StarCraft community was to wake up to scheduling issues, so reschedule, trying to reschedule some events and stuff. Very fun. Can I move the cursor? Sure. Do you want it to be here instead? I think it's a nice place, right? I get what you mean. It's not fun when it's on the right side of the screen. I'll move it properly. I know what you mean. Dark Shrine coming up. We are going to see the Stalkers and the Sentries there. Just going to get rid of the hallucination, although I guess that's important if you're trying to hide that Dark Shrine and keep that from your opponent a little bit. Play the players, though. If I engage with them more, I'd like it. Well, I mean, it wasn't the players. It was, just China announcing an awesome tournament, just like I say. The problem with filling all the gaps in the StarCraft schedule, guys, is when someone else decides to do something, your gaps that are filling are the ones that get kind of uprooted, so it's honestly it's not so bad. It actually works out pretty nicely overall, just yeah. Orbital facility in the Dark Shrine continue to come up. The blink is halfway through. That blink coming along on the side of Cristiano as well. Building through for the moment. Couple of adepts up in toward the natural expansion there. Just gonna go moving through. The next is getting going. A couple of adepts gonna shoot after a couple of probes, stalks and the sentries. Just gonna go in and get a little bit of the damage done themselves. I mean, we get a couple of probes killed. Classic down in supply at the moment. And must-win game. Lose this and you're out of the winner bracket. But here are the DTs, and they're gonna get in, start slicing through some of them workers, and we are gonna have to build an observer on the fly because there's no observer out just yet. So for the moment, at least, Cristiano's gonna be taking a pretty serious amount of damage. That should bring Classic right back into this as he finishes up his own blink on the follow-up. And the best part of this is, yeah, okay, the DTs are going to be looking to do something now, but the reality is the DTs will be around to kind of do things in the future as well. So this is not just a one-time deal. You're going to get those DTs back in the future, be able to keep harassing, be able to get more done. And that part is very fun as well. It's going to be seeing 9 workers going down, so a bit more being dealt there. What is the youngest full-time SCG caster? That used to be true. I don't know if anyone... That used to be true out of like the people that I kind of casted at events with. I don't know if anyone else is. But you know, I'm pretty young compared to compared to most of them. There was someone that was younger recently that I feel like, no? For some reason I feel like someone was kind of young, but I can't off the top of my head actually think of who it was. So maybe I'm just maybe I'm forgetting. It's coming down. Mortal and the Stalker's coming through. We get that set up. Continue to build into place right now as we just have a few of those gateways settling down as well, as you can see. So a lot of that coming into play already. Next is going to play. So, obviously, I'm pretty old compared to some of the players, right? But in terms of casters, yeah, that's I'm the young man in the old man's game. Somehow still. +1 charge coming through the Prism and the few DTs still coming up. Citadel getting a 4th base going on the left-hand side. So Classic gets that ready as well here currently. Just gonna have a few gateways, Immortal, and that +1 upgrade building at the same time. So again, some extra bits and pieces come along with everything else, getting all of that through for the moment. Where does this game go from here? I mean, Cristiano down a little bit of supply overall. It's mostly, you know, it's just a little bit of workers, it's a little bit of army supply, it's not too much. That still has to be a concern, though. Can't just kind of fully negate that as... See the Prism moving over as Fusel's find some pylons. Classic playing clean up around the map at the moment. We have the Stalks on the bottom side. Classic already the one to move into a 4th base. Cristiano currently feeling pinned in on 3, unable to kind of move out from the 4 base setup currently. And the +2 attack coming by, get that going. The other thing where Classic will take a lead in is going to be that +2 attack timing, so it's another benefit. I just like Classic's position. His army's a little bit better. His upgrades are a little bit faster. Like, pretty much everything about this game right now is just... Like, if you had to pick favorites or pick positions, like, everything's just a bit better at the moment for Classic than it is for Cristiano. And it's not by much. In each and every, like, in each and every kind of statistic, it's like, well, it's not a lot. But when you... Each and every one of those is still in favor of Classic, right? It has to add up to something, so... I mean, at this point, I guess 12 workers is a bit more of a significant number to be ahead as well, to be fair. So that's kind of a bit more of a factor, too, than what we had previously. As that DT swings at the workers and gets a little bit more damage done as well. So a few more shots going through. Workers keep on dropping. Damage still being done right there for the moment. As we continue on by, just going to see the Zard's Stalker Archon just going to relocate. The Zard's going to swing at this Nexus here as well and try and pick through this. I mean, 10 pros went down from Cristiano, so he's continuing to take damage, and we will see Classic trying to defend this base, but he's out of position. The base trade is about to be very real, and Cristiano's going to initiate something which could maybe undo the supply differential. I mean, Classic probably is just going to go base trade himself, but he loses a base trade away, and Yeah, I mean, this knocks you down at 3 bases each. Like, if Cristiano actually defends from here, then Classic would be just equal bases, and that would be 1 win from Cristiano at least, but he had just to then, you know, defend without taking more damage. A couple of force fields come down as Classic kind of just says, I don't want to fight this, but he's going to expose a couple of his units. You see some of the Immortals going down very quickly there. He's now going to move up into the main base. He has a warp in there as well. He can force field on the ramp, so that stops you from moving in defensively as Cristiano, which is probably going to be the big problem here. The other issue is obviously yours in the main base as well, so all these gateways are being depowered. I'm going to blink to the high ground to try and play cleanup. It's obviously going to be an ugly fight, but you don't really have much of a choice about it. We're going to now blink for the Prism. That'll go down before the warp in reinforces. At the end of the day, we're doing enough here as Classic to just make sure that Cristiano, even if he cleans up, he's trading a lot during the cleanup, and obviously Classic is mining and building and everything back at home properly. And Classic does leverage his advantage to the victory screen. It's a 3-2 win for Classic for a 5-game banger to start us off. And this section of the bracket's been great. Classic 3-2 Percival, Cristiano 3-2 Shameless, reverse sweep yesterday. Cristiano brings Classic to 5 games, like I say. I'm not really surprised. I think Cristiano can be good, and I think in PvP he can absolutely be that kind of scary opposition, so I'm not shocked to see that kind of comes through like that, to be honest. I'm really not. It does mean that we're going to get Classic versus Solar up next, which means we can start to get into that in the next couple of moments, and we'll get that ready to go in just a second here, guys. So, we will get into Classic versus Solar coming up. Our second series out of 6 today coming through, like I say, in just a couple of moments. So, we'll get that ready to rumble. I'll just run some ads, and I guess we hop on over to the Korean server, my friends. So, we will get that going. I'll be back with you guys momentarily. So yeah, Classic versus Solar up next. I'll see you guys in just a couple. I'm just going to throw the break screen on and be right back. I'll see you guys in a moment. Welcome back as we're heading into Solar versus Classic in the next round of today's OSC Championship. Working through the winner bracket for the foreseeable future. And Solar and Classic ready to go. Nice quick vetoes and everything out of them. So we are set to head into this opening game of ZVP on Ruby Rock here. And like I say, the OSC Championship 13. In the top left-hand side, we're going to start things with our orange Zerg player. This from Falcons is going to be Solar. And he takes on the blue Protoss, who we just saw scraping through against Cristiano in the PvP. It is going to be Classic. I mean, I say scraping through. He was very good in the games he won. He was very confident, but... and looked pretty controlled in the games he won. Like, it felt as though it was like, you know, he was always going to win all these games, but... things went wrong a little bit, but hey, PvP, put it behind us and get into the ZVP now. Where, I'm not going to lie, guys, if you don't want to see more PvP today, you have to cheer on Solar, because the winner of this plays Showtime, and the winner of that plays MaxPax. So you pretty much need Solar to win here. To save us from some ZVP, so to save us from some back-to-back PvP matches, so... That said, I was complaining about PvP yesterday, and Cristiano Shameless was actually a banger, and I'm sure Classic Showtime would be heckin' fun too, to be honest, so... I honestly just want to see a couple ZVPs in a row, I guess. So, a little bit of hope and love for Solar, but not the end of the world if he doesn't make it. As either way, we're going to have a good, fun little day. And hey, if Solar doesn't stay in the upper bracket, there'll be a Zerg in the lower bracket for us to enjoy as well, right? So, you know, there's benefits all around. This has been a fun series lately. Classic and Solar have traded a lot of matches and maps between each other, so there's not really, I would say, too much of a favorite going into this. It feels like on any given day, either of these guys can kind of come up against the other and see success, so... kind of just expecting that to be a little bit of a factor as well here, where you've got kind of, like I say, both the players who are just expecting to kind of... you know, to have a good shot at each other, and I do think Solar's going to be more so focused on kind of the mid to late game scrappier units, and Classic's much more going to be focused on, like, can I comfortably get to the late stages of the game on the back of storms and defense and everything else. Playing speed and a couple of queens coming up from Solar. I'm just going to see the Stargate on the way for Classic. Again, the Adepta Warp Gate continue to come through, so bringing that online, getting that underway. A couple of Zerglings will just go after the probe for a couple seconds too, nothing too major. Again, Link Speed and the Queen will be coming up during this. Getting that underway again. Extra drones coming about, the Stargate coming through, Link Speed will be coming up and online as well, so just continue to get all of this on the go for the moment. Oracle, which is going to be ticking along for a few moments too, so letting that continue for a couple moments. Like to say, everything pretty chill for now. No one screaming, shouting, or being overly concerned about things as they shouldn't be. Say no surprises on that regard just yet. Stalker will poke at that Overlord and gets a couple of shots off, so Overlord going to take some damage, obviously with the high ground vision provided by the Oracle. We can play cleanup on this pretty quickly, and that Overlord does go down with pretty quick success. And yeah, the hatchery, the couple spores coming through, the queens are on the way. Overlord's still building. This Oracle just going to sit overhead to play a bit of defense where necessary. Especially against these Lings, for example, just making sure they're not going to get up to any trouble or so. Not going to give you a bad time or a difficult time here. Yeah, just making very sure of that for the moment as the couple queens are going to shoot in those Oracles. I'm going to take a fair bit of damage initially. Cancellation coming through on one as well, so again, just putting some light damage in early is going to be the case right now. Slowing down a little bit of this early on. Certainly the plan I ran at the moment. Lings gather, and depths will clear. Depth's actually going to make a shade out across to the top side of the map, so they're going to get moving immediately and look to try and find some value at the moment. Again, the lair, the Rotron, the hatchery, Lings and the Overlord all still continuing up just for now. And so Depths will actually have a chance to get rid of a couple drones. Nice Stays is going to get a couple drones in the Queen Court as well, so that part also going to be pretty awesome, as we just see the +1 and the Blink continue to come through for a few moments. Temple Archive's going to finish, and that Storm's already coming through. Still got the Blink coming up as well, so again we get that started. It's going to see the Oracle gets a couple more drones, putting itself in some danger with those Queens nearby. Loses a bunch of health, but still coming out alive and kicking. Solo's option for this game is missiles, so he's going to play missiles, not melee. But imagine over the course of the series, you're going to see some melee mixed in, maybe some Gutters as well. ZVP is actually in a pretty fun state of, like, there's actually a bunch of different styles on both sides that can kind of come through. We're going to lose an Oracle there to Queens, which is only ever going to be seen as a mistake by Classic. So yeah, those extra roaches coming about, +1 missiles, Overlord speed and roach speed continue to come by for the moment, so again we get that underway just for now. Roaches run to the sides, and Queen's going to join up right there as well, so they're going to gather back together here just for a second or two. Depths, High Templars, Stalkers, again, little bits of everything just straight up at the moment. Queens will be there to push the Oracle away, and we do have the Roach speed and the missiles coming up as well. That Overlord speed still building into action, and it's going to be aggression then from Solo with the Overlord speed. You can get some drops going, and you would imagine that will be his choice in these next couple of moments. Oracle just going to be right here as well. It's just going to be seeing that coming over to that left-hand side. Oh, yeah, and the Roach and the Lings coming over, +1 missiles coming through. And the Drop Lord going to be in place here as well in the next moment or so. So this Roach Ravager force full throttle across the map. It is time to get aggressive. It is time for this to go. We are looking to get some damage dealt in the next couple moments. So ramping up on that one. Stalkers going to eat a couple corrosive vials right away here. So a bit of damage on that to begin with. Just seeing the Roach Ravager looking to brute force its way in. Good storms, especially towards the Ravager side of this, right? So you're putting storms onto the Ravagers. It's going to make life a little bit more difficult in general then for the Protoss. Sorry, for the Zerg, because you don't really want those Ravagers to go down. You want to try and protect them, and you know that. So trying to do exactly that at the moment. More corrosive vials coming down again here. Finding a little bit more value, finding a little bit more damage. Again, just coming through with that for now as Stalkers, the High Templars coming over. Just repositioning in a couple of moments. One more Biles coming into play. Just going to see the Storm coming down onto the Roach Ravager army now, so that's also going to be continuing up in the moment here. Now a couple of these Roaches trying to get after the High Templar. Solar's supply still looking pretty okay in all of this. He's rebuilding behind it into more Roaches though, and I will say that the majority of what's left on the side of Classic is just going to be Stalkers. He lost, you know, all of his High Templars. He's now building an Immortal up as well, though. I mean, they're both on equal work count. Solar, my concern for Solar is that he's playing this off of a worse army comp, right? And playing this off a worse army comp feels like it's going to probably lead to trouble in the end. Suppose we'll see. Again, the Ling Roach Ravager in production. Solar's not going to let his foot off the gas pedal. He's just going to go. Like you said, he's going to be the mid-game player in this series. Definitely wants to end it with some of these timings and this aggression in general. More corrosive vials coming out toward that army. Roach on the right side. We've built 11 probes here. Oh, this is nice. We're actually going to get a good dive forward. The Roach Ravager get on top of that Maul. Doesn't kill it quickly. I mean, thought it was going to go down a little sooner. Our position is going to be good to fight units as they move out from the natural, but the other Stalkers from the right side show back up. Solar decides to start walking back to work against this. Now the Stalkers blink in. At that point, you just have to kind of turn and fight. Try and let the Roaches get in front. At least the Ravagers are not taking the brunt of the damage. Solar still with about a 40 army supply lead, but is obviously going to be inflated by the fact he's heavy on the Roaches. He's down in upgrades as well. Classic having that +2 just provides so much value that does not really work for you there. In Solar's kind of response is going to go for the Immortal there. Couple corrosive bars, going to keep units falling back. I actually thought he was going to go for the Immortal and actually just keep jumping on it. But in the end, still double army supply, but does that mean enough right now? Are we getting enough out of this? That part of the question is still remaining to be answered. That Roach Ravager pushing through again. The Stalkers pull back over at the right-hand side, trying to stay out of trouble as best as we can. That's a Roach Ravager coming through too, and man, supplies are still just hanging around the same sort of level, which is what's got me a little bit uncommittal toward kind of deciding where we're at here. I think in the end, Classic just keeps trading up well enough that it's just going to go in his favor, and then a few more Lings show up, and 17 new Roaches in production, and I mean, it's not like Classic is maintaining all of his army either. Like, look at this, right? Like, his army is also just Stalkers here. It's not like this is a massive teched up army. It's just Stalkers, but of course, Stalkers provide so much efficiency as well. There really is just a bit of trouble through and through right now. A little bit of extra Roach Ravagers on the way from Solar. Still only 68 workers in this match. The Roaches end up peeling around that right-hand side, hitting the mineral line. A few probes going down immediately. Roach Ravager coming back through. A couple more bars. Gonzalez and Stalkers taking hits. We turn a little bit of fire now. Some more Zealots taking hits again. We do see the corrosive bars still trying to get in toward that army. Still trying to make as much happen as we possibly can right now. This extra hatchery bottom left side is nice, but just somewhere to send workers to because we've been going on for so long. And we're beginning to mine out of some of these positions as well. So we've got to, you know, figure that out in the grand scheme of things right now as well. A few more corrosive bars coming straight into place. Another storm coming down the Roach Ravager. Just going to see a couple more corrosive bars coming in return onto the other direction. Again, a lot more units still joining up right now as we settle this into play. A couple corrosive bars straight in toward the Stalkers there. Got a storm, the Roach Ravager portion of this as well. Cluster attack coming through, extra Roaches and Lings coming about, so again we got a lot of that building at the moment. Roach Ravager, Ling keeps going, the extra Stalkers and the +3 attack upgrade coming by. And here we go. I mean, Solo just has to keep sending this. He has no real choice. By this point, Classic has tech involved. This is the problem for Solo, is like long term, if you don't keep the pressure up for long enough, or you let off for any amount of time, Classic is able to get tech units down. That immediately makes this fight so much more difficult. And now Classic is going to take a supply lead and is looking as though he's going to make this defense work in his favor. Another storm coming down. There's Ravager still getting hit. GG, says Solar. He taps, and Classic moves on to a 1-0 lead in this best of 5. Alrighty, game 2 up in a second, guys. I'll get this ready to rumble. Get this next game started for you in a few moments. Do-do-do-do-do. 10,000 feet from Solar. Sweet. Alright, we're going to get this straight into play. This one off for you guys, like I said. Join us. I got this ready to start on through. What's up, Sipship? How you doing? 50 months resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go in game. As we have in the bottom right-hand side, the orange Zerg, who is going to be down a map then after this opening game. It is going to be Solar. Taking on the blue Protoss Classic in the top left corner. of the battlefield. Alright, so on the bottom right, Classic in the upper left as we get started off, we get this going. We figure out just what is going to come through for the next couple of moments here and get all of this underway. Operational. First probe will go across the map, so we'll start with that and see if that can find some opportunity right now. Trying to find a little bit of potential here in these early stages. Drone chasing, we're still probing around for a second or two. Just getting that set up. Again, the next coming about. Hatch gas pool coming online. A couple of drones in production. A lot of that on the way for the moment. Yeah, hatch gas and pool. Do wonder if Solar has that kind of intention of being aggressive again with the. Honestly, Roach Ravager aggression, I feel like he might step away from now. The problem is if you play kind of Ling-based aggression, is Classic going to go into a build that's just good against Lings and melee upgrades from the start? And that maybe puts you in a bit of a weak position as Solar. Like, this is the constant kind of rock, paper, scissors thing that you have to play with in this matchup, where there's just no guarantee of what is and what is not going to work out in the end. Two Lings get straight after that probe. Again, the Stargate already coming up. A couple of workers on the way by. The Adept and the Warp Gate continue to come by as we speak. Couple shots, and for the moment at least the Adept just going to get shoved out of there. Unable to get through for too much success. For now at least. So, yeah, just going to get bullied out of here. And the Oracle on the way through is going to be Classic's next way of kind of keeping map control and keeping action on the map. Two Adepts will shade. Again, the Zergling speed coming up on the side of Solar. The Lings and the Queen continue to come by. We just have Oracle and Warp Gate both building into action here currently. Got a lot of that going. Drops that third base into place as well, so that gets into position. Solar will show with a few Lings and will actually force a little bit of a blockage in back with the pylon there to ensure that nothing too terrible comes of this. So actually, it's a pretty good little bit of a denial going on that one regard. It's not bad at all. Good depths continue up, and the Nexus, the pylon, the assimilators will all be a part of the next phase of this. So we just get ourselves again establishing early. Solar's going to keep droning up to at least 50, starts the last. It doesn't look as though Solar's going to be doing anything too aggressive here just yet on game 2. They'll be going Roach Roaring again, so that there is potential to kind of go for like a 3-base commitment, similar to what we saw last time. So that's still kind of on the cards, but outside of that, I mean, there's a lot of other kind of earlier drone count all-ins that you can see in this matchup, and those ones are definitely kind of taken away right now. It is Overlord speed, though, so that actually does kind of dictate a lot, because that pretty much means Drop-A-Lords, and if we're going to go Drop-A-Lords, we're pretty much going to be sending this to some extent, so yeah, that does actually go in favor of kind of Solar being the aggressor again. I guess we'll see what happens as the charge and the +1 continue to come through. The Ling's looking for wraparound on these Adepts. 1 and 2 will go down pretty quickly. 2 drones, 2 probes. Dropping so far. We'll just have the Overlord speed about to finish. 6 Roaches in production. Temple Archive still coming up as well. 2 extra gates coming online as well. Gonna love this into play. The Adepts will be there, pushing the Zerglings back for the moment. Let's get back through. A couple of probes already begin going down. See the Oracles continue chasing those Zerglings, taking some damage. Again, Temple Archives coming about. Gateways in production. Prism charge and the +1 attack coming through as well. A little bit of Ling Ravager. Also build for now, as you see those High Templars warping in on the Prism. Gonna move a couple of them into Archons already. And these Lings gonna be hitting the 3rd base. Here comes the Drop Lord. The Archon drop then will have to, it's actually gonna recall over here to just try and get in position ASAP. We're gonna lose both Oracles super quickly, mind you, so those go down with that immediate effect, more or less. They didn't even try and pull away from that. Now the Prism goes down. These Queens are going monster mode. And just absolutely laser beaming anything in the sky, and everything on the ground will melt soon after as the defense just gets nipped away. That was a very unprepared Classic and a Solo who just swings in, punches him in the face, and says, I want a game back in this series. Solo says no to more PvP in the future, and is going to take this game, like I say, with a fiery response after that game 1. Just bam, straight in the face. Classic not ready. And that was, like I say, they just hit so much before Classic was expecting anything to be happening on this one. And it's going to cost you big time because the preparation was nigh on non-existent. Mothership here for game 3. Tied up 1-1. Get this on the go. Alright, Mothership coming through. Let's get into it. Fun map. Solo try and play aggressive. I do think he plays... This might be the Muta map, to be honest. Like, this might be the map to play Mutas on at this point, because our day just makes sense, and yeah, I think that would not be a bad call necessarily in terms of what we go into, so maybe it's the Muta map. It's a big one, right? And there's a lot of space to work with, so this map typically goes kind of macro, but if we end up in a more macro-focused game, I'm pretty sure Solo does not want it to be, you know, in terms of normal units. I think he much rather prefers to see like Mutas and some combination of things instead, so see what happens. Solo in the other left, Classic in the bottom right. Game 3 on your screens. Watching the OSC Championship, guys, brought to you by Winter Gaming, as well as Ladder Legends and Dave Caster. Thank you so much to everyone for their support of the OSC Championship. OSC, a tournament system that runs all throughout the year, partners with a bunch of events, runs a lot of their own events, and all of it culminates in this championship in January. The new season of the OSC is already starting up for 2026 as well. The 14th season getting ready to get underway, points to be earned, and players to start making names for themselves and making their stories for the 2026 season, basically, getting ready to go while we finish up the stories of 2025 over the course of the next 2 or 3 weeks here in this season's championship. If you want to find out more, !OSC in the chat will give you the link through to the championship information and so on. And just more, you know, browse that site. You can find out more about OSC just in general. You'll be able to find out more about the tournaments they run. They have a super detailed kind of history and stats page and standings, and you know, if you're kind of a nerd and you kind of like reading all the numbers and stuff, and you've seen history and like seeing the story of a competition, the OSC site is definitely worth browsing around for a little while, because there's a lot in there to kind of pick up on. So check all of that out and enjoy as we get into Game 3 of Classic and Solo here in this best of 5. Couple of queens coming through. Our Zergling speed is a building. Bringing a lot of that online just for now. Let's set up, get that rolling out. Away we go. The Ling's coming through. Going to get in after a probe for a second or so as well. So also looking to get some damage dealt. Just trying to find some value initially. I think speeding that queen coming through. Stargate the probes and the Stalker. Wargate as well on the way from Classic. Just going to bring that through. For now, Obviously, this first adept looking across the map. Obviously, if there's any opportunity to deal damage, we're going to try and take that with open arms, but otherwise, just poking and get a rough read on exactly where things are at, exactly how things are looking here, how things may be going down. That's second speed. Starting right now. A few drones coming over. Just gonna have the adept shading toward the natural for a moment, but not gonna do too much. Not gonna commit in. Honestly, I think that to me the main intrigue is what does Solar do, because again the map is big. It's kind of to me on him to take this away from being this kind of big macro kind of like game that Classic loves to play with the later game Stargate units, and maybe Solar has to play like a Corruptor army and so. And it's not that I don't think Solar can, it's that I think that's where Classic excels. I think that's where Classic gets to play his absolute best kind of game. And I think anything you can do to take Classic's best kind of game away from him is generally a positive, which is why I've liked the approach from Solar so far. And if we do see a longer game that benefits Solar, I think it's still going to be a very scrappy game, one where he does show up with a bunch of units early, and he does try and get around and make things happen. You know what I mean? Like, I think that part of this is going to be quite important overall as well. So, a couple oracles gathering together. Just going to be seeing them activating for a few drones, and that's not exactly a great start from Solar. The only thing he has nearby there is going to be the Spore Crawler, and that's 5 drones going down just for some shields. A little bit of HP damage on an Oracle, but obviously not what he's looking for at the end of the day. He absolutely wanted to get more out of this than that, as the Zerglings will regather themselves. Melee upgrade, drones coming through the charge, Forge and Robo facility building up as well. Zerglings will get in there, again just going to chase that for a second or two. Just going to be seeing the Bailey Nest coming around as the melee upgrade continues as well. Again, charging the attack upgrade building as we speak. Those couple oracles on the left side will maneuver their way around. Another few moments here. Figuring out what we are up to. Yeah, a few more workers obviously is going to be nice again. Add that up, and the more of that we do, the better off we're probably going to end up being. Is again a few Zerglings trying to run in on that right hand side, trying to get into the third base. Charging +1 still building by. The gates in the Temple Archives coming up as well, so again we bring that into play just for the moment here. Trying to see what's next. Things come for a bit of a run up that right side, so they're going to go journeying over there pretty much immediately. Pulls back over. The melee upgrade's about to finish. Zerglings will keep on gathering over on the right. And that Baneling Oracle moving around. Gonna be seeing the drone coming through. Wings on the way. Bringing that about at the moment, so yeah, just trying to see what's going on. A couple of the Lings and the Banes coming through. Just going to be seeing the connections coming by. Lings trying to get in toward the cannons for a couple seconds as well. Not really kind of the explosive start I think we're looking for. Meanwhile, Zealots and Archons on the other side of the map, Class is going to put some work in. Nine probes going down. Just going to be seeing the couple of oracles putting some work in, so at least Solar does get some damage done in the end. That's coming about, a few of those coming in. Let's do attack. The Zealot and the Archon continue to come about. Still just going to be there. The Lings going to be there also. Going to continue to come through. Bane's going to go in after the probes again for a couple more seconds, looking for a little extra here. You can see those lings still, again, putting some work in, trying to deal some damage, trying to be an annoyance at this point in time. They do go pretty decently. Archon's pushing up. Queen's Roach is coming about. Baneling going to connect in as well. I still feel like these units are just an issue right now for Solar, who is not going to save his hatchery, so he does lose the 4th base. The supply is looking good, but that's not going to maintain if you're missing the 4th and missing the economy. That's kind of meant to go along with that, so definitely a few issues across the board at this point in time. We're just going to keep going by. A couple of Archons. Nova, the Lings coming in from the top side. We'll actually just get rid of one of the Archons at least, so we do follow up for a little bit there at the very end. And clean that out for the moment. Again, Roach, Bane, Ravager coming through. The Overlord Speed coming up and online as well. I see those units gathering up. The Oracle's going to come back over. Going to be seeing the Oracle's going to be there. So again, a couple of Queens going to fire some shots off. We are pushing once again. Solo wants to send this 118 to 70 army supply. Does he have enough to push his way through this army of Classic? I mean, Classic's army is pretty well teched up. Queen's going to gather. A couple creep teamers going down. Ravage coming in as well. Just going to be seeing the force field coming down into the wall off. And obviously going to try and hold this for the moment. A couple of units on the natural going to get overwhelmed pretty quickly. The tech units are all on the right side. A corrosive barrel pops one Immortal's barrier. The Ravage is morphing in. A couple of force fields going to come through. A couple of barrels coming down once again. Ravage is still just going to chase in for a couple of seconds. We are going to have... I mean, the thing is like we're holding this position in between, but realistically this is a hold for Classic if it continues like this. Like this is not doing enough here from Solo to really break through either of these positions. I mean, we're about to get the Cyber Core. Still has a few slow banelings that can threaten the front, and they're going to roll in on that bottom side or waddle in on that bottom side. Problem is Solo's supply is being held up by reinforcements which just aren't here yet, and we're going to see a defense from Classic and Solar. I have to pull back. Missile upgrade now on the way as well. Stalkers, Immortals, the Archon gathering on that bottom side. Again, continue to get that joined in. For a moment or two. Couple more corrosive barrels dropping down as well. I mean, at least the wall's down, so we're going to run by with a few Lings and try and cause some chaos. We definitely need more heroes from Solo at the moment. He's just going to shoot. A couple of probes going down. 3 workers dropping already. The +1 missiles and that Baneling speed continue to come up as well. The rest of the Ling Ravager continue to build into place. Again, more Roach Ravager continue to come through. Storm on the way, +3 attack upgrade building. Extra Banes coming up as well. As we see the Zealot's going to warp in and ready themselves onto the top side of this base. So, going to run straight in there. Again, Bane's coming about. +1 missiles, Bane speed all coming up. The Ling's going to get a wraparound on a bunch of those Zealots for the moment. Little spores. Actually, can get rid of the prism. That's nice because Solo could really do with a break in terms of not dealing with this. We're seeing the Bane's going to roll in. Big Storm going down, just going to hit that Roach Ravager, it softens things up. I mean, Solo's keeping Classic at 3 bases, and this is something that Solo's kind of a master of lately, I feel like, which is he puts himself in this position where 100% right now he is on the worst army, he's in the worst state of the game, but it might just about be okay for him in the end. Because if he can keep Classic on 3 bases and eventually just deal with this army one time, or not necessarily even one time, but just over the course of a few different fights, right, where he's just scrapping, then I do think there's a bit more of a possibility kind of in store for us here to kind of be happy about the outcome of it. So, Bane's on the other side, and again, you're just trying to stop him from being able to rebuild as best as possible. Dusty Melee, Roach, Bane, Ling coming about. Just going to see the Stork's going to get jumped on by a few Lings. The Lings coming over there. A few probes going down. The Prism coming about. The probes are going to be there as well. Just going to be seeing the units pushing the Lings back for a couple seconds. Storms coming down. A couple of High Templars in the front take some damage, but still alive, and that's the main thing here. A couple Lings in the main, and again, as long as Solo keeps this game busy, he's going to be in with a chance, right? He's mining off of 5 bases. He can Corrosive Bile to make it super difficult for Classic to attack in. So the Storm coming about, the Roach Ravager is still going to be there. Corrosive Bile's onto the Immortals. A bit more damage being done. Just going to see the few Banes on that right side wanting to roll in toward the mineral line. Plus 2 melee going about right now. Just going to be seeing the Lings looking for the wraparound on the Archons. One of them, 2 of them. Starting to drop here. The Stalker's going to get over. Zergling's taking some damage. Going to see a couple more Storms coming down again, keeping that Roach Ravager kind of pushed back for the moment at least. A lot of Roach Ravager. Roachling Bane still in production. Honestly, a lot of Ling Bane on production. Like I say, we got to be able to deal with this army one time. We are slowly chipping through these Immortals. With Biles and also them walking through Storms is not exactly helping them either. The Immortals on that left-hand side, a few more on the right-hand side. It's so many tech units. Can Solo hold this off well enough? Again, extra units showing up. And some of these Immortals are low. No shields available. Low HP as well. A few more Corrosive Biles into the center of this army. Classic has bullied himself this far across the map. Doing a lot so far. You can see a couple of Lings getting picked away at. We've seen the Roach Ravager going to be there. A couple more Corrosive Biles. Still hitting these Immortals. Solar is trying to hang on in. I mean, extra Lings coming up as well. Just going to see the Stalker Immortal Force really trying to bully its way in at the moment. Just going to be seeing the drones are now going to pull. Solar knows all he needs is a defense, but he's not getting it, and he's just a little shy of the mark. A couple of Corrosive Biles going to get these balls in the front are super low, man. We're going to get rid of one. We're not going to get rid of any more. GG gets called. Classic wins off 3 bases in the end. Oh, Solo, I believed in the idea, I believed in the plan, but Classic recognizing that this was go time, like this was going to be it, like he has a chance to get across the map and still make it work while he can, and he made it work. Great effort by Classic, and he is going to be able to net himself a 2-1 advantage. Alright, we'll get into game 4 of this as soon as the players host up. I think Solo's in the replay for a second or two, figuring out what he maybe could have just done a little better. I think Solo should have base traded. Maybe. I think the thing is, though, is like, he only succeeds against that army if he kites it back home and Corrosive Biles as he does it. So, like, when do you get to wrap around for the base trade? If you wrap around too soon, Classic just sort of comes home. If you wrap around too late, you lost a bunch of units trying to... It doesn't feel like you do enough initially anyway. It's kind of a weird one. It is kind of a weird one. I don't really know if there's a... I mean, his army just sucks in general, right? Like, let's just be realistic. Solo's army was in a terrible place, so... Solo's army was ugly. It was not pretty. Yeah. Oh, that was an interesting game. Just, I mean, he was very close to making it work as well. 5 bases versus 3, 60 workers versus 30. Balance. You know what else is balance? Tier 1 units being able to hold off a Mortal Archon Storm for so long. It's disgusting. How can low-tech units possibly do such a thing? You're right. That game was absolutely a balance issue. It's almost like there was multiple different things that each player had in their favor. And that all combined to result in how the game went, rather than just it being one thing that's clearly OP. Because StarCraft is a fun game where there's multiple things happening all at once. Shock horror. I know in your games it probably is a case of, man, my macro sucks, I have 10 APM, and I literally am unable to do anything other than A-click my opponent's base with my 2 zealots I made. But at this level, there's actually more to the game. If you stick around and watch a bit more, you'll probably see. And then we can turn that balance line into understanding and learning. Bam. Bam, 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 bam. I don't know why we're bamming, but we are. Sour Wardia Day? Oh, just thought it was, I thought it was just a genuinely cool game. I get sad when people, like, don't understand, like, cool games, no? Game was cool, there was a lot to it, and it was very close at the end, and then we're just like, bruh. 60 workers versus 30. Balance. It's just such a dumb statement at that point, no? It is to me, at least. Sometimes I get a bit too into it, I'm sorry. I don't mean to hurt your feelings, guys. But you hurt my feelings by just being so... by being so negative towards the game when the game was cool. I'm asking too much. Oh. Oh, I'm just being a bit mean, guys. I'm sorry. Just letting it out a little bit, you know? My throat hurts a little. Having to clear it all the time. I'm just a little cranky. You're not wrong. I'm a little cranky. You guys caught me. You guys figured it out. Don't think the ending would have been as close if Classic didn't dodge more of the biles. You know, 100%. The only reason Solar was making any success at all was the biles. But Classic was not doing a good job of dodging them, so Solar played well at that sort of well in that sort of regard. Alright, so... figuring out the next couple of moments this link speed coming through. And saw down for a moment or so. The couple gates and the warp gate coming up for the moment as well. Adept will take a hit or two. Pushed around. Get chased out of here. You're starting to believe because Classic kept eating biles. I mean, you were right to believe. Like, game was genuinely close. Solar is like... I think if Solar even kills like 3 more mortals before the final portion of the fight happens, like, it might be enough. Or maybe if he gets rid of like a couple more of the Archons or so. Like, it's genuinely very close. There's no doubt about it. Like, it was very nearly what it needed to be. Rotron coming down in this game with Ling's already on the way up. We'll see if Solar has aggressive intentions or so here over these next couple of moments. As we just see that Stalker going to hit the Overlord. Overlord taking some shots. A little bit of damage being done. Just for now. And again, Resonant Enclave's coming through with this. The Dark Shrine is about halfway done, so we continue to get this going. Bringing this into play for the moment. So again, just getting set up and running here. +3 attack, the Dark Shrine. 2 Adepts coming up. So Classic playing a very different style of play as well with these Glaives. I mean, the Roaches being ready early this game is obviously going to be a big deal, and that's, you know, in response to the fact that this was a Twilight first, so Solar's preparation is going to be made, plain and simple. couple of Adepts are going to get chased away already. Just going to see that blink continuing through, and we are going to see these Adepts kind of shading into a bad position. Ling's going to get a bit of a wrap. The Roaches are nearby. Going to lose a lot of these Adepts pretty quickly. However, we are going to have to respect the shade of the Adepts, because they are going to move up into the main, and bam, 5 drones now go down. And this is the issue. Now you're not on top of the Adepts, so they deal a lot of damage, and they don't take a lot of damage in the process. And that makes your life a whole lot tougher here for this current moment. So, yeah, life's going to get more difficult. DT getting in, dealing a bit of damage as well. A few more drones going down. A lot more of this continuing to come about for the moment. So, again, we get a lot of that underway. And just going to see this Dark Templar showing up for a little bit more value as well. So the DT showing up, and Solo loses a bunch of workers. The DT follow-up definitely the issue. Going to recall this one home as it was trapped. Oh, it dies before the recall is good enough. So that is going to be a little bit of a kick in the teeth. As, yeah, we'd otherwise... It was kind of the right call, just, like I say, maybe not soon enough in the end. Got to do that DT, and that is going to be just a little bit more expensive than what you would have wanted it to have been. Lings and company continuing through. So the rest of that coming up for the moment as well. The Stalkers and the DT moving back over. And again, the Lings and the Ravager coming up as well. So bringing the rest of this straight into play here currently. Everything else joining and getting set in a couple of moments. And a couple of batteries are coming up as well from Classic, so building those straight into play. He's a map away from obviously advancing through to play Showtime in the next round of this competition. So getting very close. A couple of piles coming down. Just going to be seeing a few of those force fields. Trying to slow this down as we just kind of jump on this right now. So just committing through right off the bat. And we get defense going here as Classic. Honestly, I think yes is the answer. The Stalker's blinking on top of this Roach Ravager. The Archon helping against the Lings. And these units are not holding up for long enough at all. Solo has to say a GG, and Classic is going to make this a PvP fiesta for the next couple of hours on stream, as he is going to advance on through to play Showtime. And then we'll, the winner of that, play against MaxPax as well. So we're going to have ourselves Classic against Showtime coming up in a few moments' time, guys, as Classic continues to make his case and make a run for himself here in the OSC Championship 13, working through the upper bracket at the moment. So it's going to be Classic against Showtime up next, and then the winner versus MaxPax. Those are our next two series. We will then drop down to the lower bracket for some Mana MilkyCow and GG Machine versus Mixu action. So that's what you've still got to come up and to look forward to today in this OSC Championship broadcast, guys. Getting that underway in just a few moments. Kick off as soon as we have our next game ready. Good job by Classic on the defense. A lot of good defense for him. Turn him into the right kind of positions. Not sure why he keeps doing Ravager all-ins when they clearly don't work. I mean, I think you can say that about game 1 and 3 maybe, but game 4 he was up against Adepts and he decided to counter all in against the Adepts. It's a very different read to what we saw in the previous games, right? So I kind of agree, but I do think in the final game it's a bit different because counterattacking after an Adept opening is a pretty typical thing to do. So that part is not too surprising, honestly. So yeah. Alright, guys. We'll be, like I say, going very soon into our next games. Just waiting for Classic and Showtime to veto up, and we'll get this PvP ready to rumble. Beautiful. Alright, so Solo will be obviously dropped down to the lower bracket as well. Where did he actually drop into in the lower bracket? Let's have a look. Just give us something to chat about here for a moment or so. So he'll drop into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So he's going to drop into... Okay, the section of the bracket he drops into is going to be alongside kind of like Percival, Nicorrect, GG Machine, Mixu, Jumi, Sebesdes, and then one other player from the top portion of the bracket, which could be Geralt, Qsh, Creator, or Shin. So it's going to be a pretty... It's going to be fairly difficult, but I do think Solo's going to be the favorite in the first match or two there, to be honest, so... Cool. Cool. Exciting stuff. Alright, we'll take a couple seconds, guys. Obviously, you just gotta wait for some videos here. Once our videos are done, we'll be able to get resumed and get back on track again, so we'll get that ready to rumble. Ready to rumble, ready to play. Very cool. Alright. Move into this in a second, guys. Just waiting for our players. Like I say, they'll be videoing as we speak, and we'll get this ready to go. Very exciting. Is everyone happy to hear the rumors about the StarCraft shooter under development? Nice that they might do something with the word StarCraft in it. I'm excited because it might mean StarCraft merch. And even if it's not SC2 merch, that's very exciting to me. I hope it's good. I'll probably play it. I kind of like shooters. I just don't stick with them a bunch. But if it has StarCraft in, we might get some viewership for a while. So I'm going to play it a bit. If it's good. If it's crap, we're just going to keep casting. We're going to keep casting StarCraft 2 anyway. But yeah, I hope it's good. First StarCraft 3. Yeah. Obviously, who wouldn't? I'd also like someone to drop in the chat and, you know, gift us 2,000 subs, but... you know, I'll just take the fact that someone, you know, Twitch dropped in, gifted 100 last month, you know? StarCraft 2 skins again. Yeah, maybe they'll add some StarCraft 2 stuff. Maybe they'll be like, oh, maybe if we're gonna use StarCraft, we should look after the other StarCraft game. Maybe they'll fix one of our servers or something. That'd be crazy as well. Ruby Rock is going to be our opening map for this PvP, guys, between Showtime and Classic. Myself in a couple of moments. It's all Protoss in this upside of the bracket for today. So it's going to be a couple PvPs in a row, like say Classic versus Showtime, and after Classic Showtime, we'll head into the winner versus MaxPax. So that is coming up here. Have a USE server again. Honestly, I don't even care about USEs. Just make it so I don't disconnect from Korea randomly. You know, just make the servers we still have work. Not even asking for much. Like it can be bad. Just like make it like work consistently. You know, like don't make me disconnect because the server just decided it doesn't want to have me anymore. You know. Am I a smart streamer that invested in stocks? Yes, I invested into StarCraft 2 my entire life. Can't you tell? Very smart over here, clearly. No, I don't have any investments in stocks. I have a house. I don't have money for stocks. You have to do house things, you know? In the top left-hand side, our Red Pros player is going to be Showtime. And we'll see if he can bring the PvP to Classic. Went to 5 games against Cristiano earlier. Let's see what happens. Gonna get this ready to roll. I invested everything in SC2. I really did, yeah. Put my life on StarCraft 2. Am I going to be impacted by the storm? What storm? Is there a UK storm? We already had snow here. It is going to snow again, but I don't know how bad it's going to be where I am. I think it's going to snow, but I don't think it's going to be like the worst snow if I'm not mistaken. What will I do once they stop BattleNet for StarCraft 2? I don't know. What will you do when the sun blows up? We don't plan for what's not going to happen in our lifetime. There's no reason Blizzard stops SC2 servers in any point of the foreseeable future. There's just no reason. I mean, they may not look after them. I don't think they're just going to get rid of them, you know. Pokemon Arc. Honestly, if I had to move into other content right now, I think I'd genuinely enjoy doing some TCG content, but I think it's very difficult to invest the time into doing something completely off script from StarCraft 2, you know? Like, the thing is like, I keep myself very busy with SC2, you know, I have a lot to do in my life, right? The thought of investing time into growing another channel and stuff is like I could maybe do that if that was my focus, right? But to make those things work, like, you gotta put time in, and man, we casting StarCraft like hours upon hours a day right now, you know? We don't have time for that. Probably even forgot this SCT server passwords, can't shut them down anyway. They probably forgot they have StarCraft 2 servers. Like, they probably don't even realize they exist. You know, like... It's probably easier to launch an OnlyFans account. Probably not. I mean, if you know how to do YouTube stuff, if you know what to do and you have good ideas and you have a content creator brain, I think you can do it. I mean, I found what worked for me and I made it work before. You know, I think it's very different now, but like, I think if you know what you're doing and you have the time to invest into making good content and you know what good content looks like, and you can identify good things and trends and how to make it work, like, I think it's very applicable to be able to grow new channels, to be honest. Like, obviously some of it's always going to be outside of your hands, but the reason a lot of people's YouTube channels don't grow or take off is because they're just not doing the right thing at the end of the day, you know? Like, so, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I have the energy to start again, but I might think about it if it came to it. At the end of the day, like, there's people who still cast Warcraft 3 and Brood War for a living. I think if I want to keep casting StarCraft 2 for a while longer, I think I'm going to be okay, you know? Dark Shrine from Showtime is, we've been watching this game, but not really talking about this game. So you're going to see the Robo Facility coming up on the side of Classic. Probes coming through Blink ahead from Classic as well, but obviously that Dark Shrine from Showtime is going to be the talking point. I mean, DTs might arrive as the Robo is finishing, so there might be a chance to cause some trouble here. I mean, it depends how many DTs warp in. They're going to warp in from a nearby position as well. The thing is, this these two Adepts are going to scout this, so you are going to know that you need to protect this Robo ahead of time. Oh no, they're not. Okay, so we don't scout this. Well, that's a little bit different then. It's a little bit different. Stalk essentially moving across. Just going to go moving over for a couple of seconds. Just going to take a step over there. Well, Dev's going to come shading by, so they're just going to move in for a couple seconds too. I'm straight in position for now. I'm trying to figure out just what we do next, as we have the couple of Depths will start to go down, but only after 7 workers full. I mean, this kind of feels like it's time to build them DTs and to go, no? Don't even have an Observer out, it's an Immortal first. He could have done so much with the DTs and he just did not commit to it. A shame. How interesting, actually, like, he just doesn't go for it at all in the end. I'm trying to think why, but I just don't really, like, unless he thinks it was scouted, or unless he thinks it was figured out. The problem is, you were behind in this game because of your investment into DTs, and now, I mean, obviously losing 7 probes doesn't exactly help you. But you're not exactly helping yourself either, because you're keeping yourself in that's somewhat of a negative position, because the thing that could have maybe done some damage for you, you don't even build a single one of. There's probably something I'm missing here, because I feel like that makes a bit of bit of intrigue. Yeah, DT there gets caught. I mean, at this point, the DTs are much later than expected anyway, so... yeah, not ideal. The easiest transition would be Dota 2. I don't think there's any easy transition trying to... I don't think you can break into being a major esports caster in this day and age. The problem is the biggest esports are kind of locked down by a lot of people, and there's just no reason for growth or change. And the only reason people are going to stop casting those games, realistically, is because the game's not worth casting. So why would you then try and get into it if that's the only chance for you to get into one of those positions, you know? It's just, I just don't think that's realistic. Of course you can, so many born casters. If you can put some effort in, you can definitely become huge. I think you're underestimating the power of the industry and the industry knowledge. And knowing people in the industry and the amount of time it takes to build up in a game like that. Realistically, if you wanted to get into, like... Okay, considering I'm not a big name, I'm just a StarCraft caster, right? I don't have any pulling power in terms of getting hired by anyone for a different game, right? So if I wanted to get into something like Dota 2, I'd have to probably do at least 2 years of community level content to somewhat make a name for myself, to potentially get someone to take a chance for me on like a tier 3 event, and then you probably at least grind at least 1 year of tier 3 events at best before you become a tier 2 caster, which is where you maybe actually start getting paid decently, and you maybe get 1 or 2 tier 2 opportunities over a year. And now we're 5 years down the line, and you haven't even casted a tier 1 event yet. In what world is that feasible? Unless you are a freaking caster god, in which case, if I was a caster god, I hate to break it to you guys, if I had that much talent, I might have done other things with my life than being a StarCraft caster still. Like, I'm popular, but I'm not that popular. Like, let's be realistic. So... yeah. There's just no reason to try and break into those kind of games that are just so well established, because you're just asking, you're basically looking to break down years upon years. Like, okay, look at it this way. You can look at StarCraft 2. There's been so many people that have tried to break into StarCraft 2 casting, and realistically, look at the success they've had. And that's in a game that, yes, okay, StarCraft 2 is not the biggest, there's not a ton of opportunities, but for the amount of people in StarCraft 2, there is opportunities, right? And you know how many opportunities get given to these guys? Basically none. You know? Basically none. Like, it's rough. Like, established games are going to be difficult. And something like Dota just isn't getting bigger and doesn't need new faces. And, like, StarCraft 2 is the same, realistically. Like, there's been a bunch of people ask me for advice over the last couple of years. What if I want to get into casting StarCraft? Like, I'm just like, do it for fun, and if you somehow get to the top, then great. But like, it's just so unrealistic in established games. It really is. It really, really is. Like, the thing is, like, when I talk about transitioning to something new, it's like, I don't get to skip levels because I've casted StarCraft, right? If I transition into something new, I'm not skipping any levels anywhere. Like, I might skip a couple of the low rungs on the ladder because I have some experience of doing offline events or something, you know, and maybe there's a couple people, or like, maybe I kind of know how it works, so I can kind of get a couple kind of legs up early, but like, transitioning to a new game would be like a years and years down the line of getting hired for like stuff like I do for StarCraft. So if you're going to do something new, I'm going to do something like actually new, you know? Or something I feel like there's not an established field in, you know? Because then I feel like you actually have a chance to break through. There's a chance that that does not take 5 years, right? So you either go into something like new, or you find something that isn't as well established as like those sort of esports, realistically. Like, like for example, I think like a lot of TCG casting. That's why I mentioned TCG. I think a lot of TCG casting and content creation is years behind its time in comparison to like what I see in like the esports world, right? So I actually feel like maybe it would be. I'm not saying that I have any intention of. I'm just saying as a theory. There's way more potential because I actually think there's people you could replace because the people that are there now are maybe not as good as they could be, right? Because the commentary side of that and the broadcasting side of that has only just started to kick off in the last 2 or 3 years, right? So that sort of stuff is much more accessible because it's not so well established at a super high level. That's not the case in other things. TCGs are incredibly boring as a spectator. Sure, but they're pulling, you know, more views than StarCraft 2 pulls. So they can't be that boring. I mean, the production value that TCGs are starting to bring is really leveling up. Watching TCG now is starting to is actually starting to watch like an actual like proper level kind of show. And it wasn't that for a long time. Before it was just cards on the table, and best case someone put the card that was in play in big. It's going to be a lot better than that now. Anyway, this isn't a conversation about what TCGs can do anyways. My point is, I never transition into something like that because into like a Dota, there's definitely not the easiest transition for a StarCraft caster. I think the crazy thing, guys, is that you think there's not people who have been like lifelong fans of Dota that have not already tried to become casters if they really love it, and they didn't just fail. Like you're saying this as though like no one else had this idea, and they're just like, yeah, there's a reason that, you know, these guys at the top, they just randomly got there, and like it's just like that was just how it was, and everyone just thought that was okay. You can do like no, like no. That's what I'm saying. Like the people from people try to break into people couldn't even break into StarCraft, which had a lot less established I mean, StarCraft was very established too, I guess. I feel like I made my point. I'm not starting from zero. Yeah, of course I am. What's my advantage? That I know how the industry works. Cool. Do you know how many people I know that work in Dota? You know, at best I could probably find someone I was at the same event as like 5, 6 years ago. Like where is my head start there if I wanted to move that? Like it's just the whole point of this conversation is kind of silly because the whole point is someone just said Dota, and I just really disagree that level of something is just not feasible to break into at this point. Right? And that's my belief as to why. So I can do anything I put my mind to. At the end of the day, like, I'm just being realistic. Like, maybe I could. The thing is, it's not that... Okay. The point is not necessarily as well that it's not possible. The point is that it's not a transition. It's a full-on change of life. Like you say, to me, that's a realistic, like, 5-year process or something. Like, let's be realistic. I've done StarCraft 2 for 15 years. You know? That's a long-ass time. I didn't get hired for an event in my first 6 years or something. Like, you know, like... Like, I just don't think it's... It's not about just because you put your mind to something doesn't mean you can just change how the world works, you know? Or change the way that things are, to be honest. Anyways, this really is as off topic as we can get. You guys win. You guys were like, PvP, Wardy? I'm not gonna let you talk about PvP. You guys win. We did it. We didn't talk about PvP for like 1.5 games now. You guys happy? Have you guys achieved what you wanted to achieve? I know your game plan, guys. This wasn't about the conversation. You're just trying to get me distracted so PvP doesn't get mentioned as much, despite us being in-game on a PvP. Unbelievable. The Twitch chat's done it again. Why don't I just become an astronaut? Yeah. Oh, that's even less feasible. Okay. It's like saying, okay, let's put it in real terms. Maybe this helps. It's like saying, Wardy, why don't you become a chef? You already cook every day. You already make food in the kitchen. But yes, I already cook for myself, right? And yes, I understand how food works. That doesn't mean I can just walk in somewhere and be like, yo, what's up? You want to hire me? I could be a Michelin star chef. That's not how anything works. Like, yes, I could, maybe. But it's not going to happen. That's not a transition. That's like a whole new start of life, right? Like, that's like I say, that's a years on years process to grow to that point. That's my entire point of this whole point, is that this is not just like waltz in and do something else. Like, this is like quit everything I'm doing and put all my time into something else. And that's why it doesn't happen, because we're not going to quit StarCraft at the end of the day. That's the most simple reason of all of this. We ain't quitting the StarCrafts, guys. It ain't happening. We're just StarCraft lovers, and we're going to stick as a StarCraft lover. Alright, should we talk about PvP? Classic has taken a lead in this game. This is a game that started off with cancelled structures and all sorts and Showtime. I guess we won't talk about PvP then. I guess we'll just leave the game and give Classic a 2-0 lead. God, you... Even Showtime doesn't want me. Showtime's like, oh, you actually going to talk about the game? No. No. We win again. Twitch chat never loses. It's insane. Twitch chat wins again. Alright, fun topic of conversation. Let's actually talk about the PvP for Game 3, though. Actually going to talk about the PvP for Game 3. Alright, let's get hosted up. What happened? I mean, I do think that Showtime had a rough start. He was like 1,400 resources lost to like... He was like 1,400 resources lost to like 400, so he was super behind. I think he just saw what his opponent had and was just like, I'm out of here. Game 3, let's go. Like, he was I appreciate I didn't talk about the game, guys, but if you watched, he was taking bad trades. His initial setup attempt was terrible. I don't actually know what triggered him into leaving. I think it was, if I had to guess, it was just a combination. That, he saw what was up and he just knew that it was time to get out. I'm glad you guys are having fun. You know what really is impressive is that nowadays, when we go on these complete off-topic rants, is that people don't even complain in the chat as much. Do you know there was a time where if we went this off-topic for half, like not even half of the time, even less than half the time, chat would be furious. Talk about the game. Who does this guy think he is? Do you think we finally filtered out the people who complain about us not talking about the game? Did we finally do it? Did we finally make it happen? Crazy. Crazy. Because it's a PvP? God damn it. Talk about not the game or whatever. That's kind of what we're doing. People got too much banned for talking about players' doings. That's not true at all. You guys got banned for shitting on the players, if that's what you're talking about. No one has ever gotten banned in my chat for talking about what the players have done in the game. What you get banned for is saying, man, it's Showtime. because I just could have done this better myself. Is he an absolute idiot? Like, did you see that? Did he think about not doing that? Because, like, what a, you know, instead of just being like, hey, guys, I feel like Showtime didn't play that well. It's a bit different, you know? What just happened? I bleeped myself because I was being Twitch chat. I was being your average, the average Twitch chat complainer, you know? So I had to try not to get myself banned on Twitch. You heard it? I'm cancelled? What, my beep didn't go through? Uh-oh. One of those. I am one of you. Classic is also going to see this robo coming up, so he's going to get that info right away here. So he knows what's up. He's actually going to pull the probe over to show Showtime that he knows. Which is funny. He didn't have to reveal this, but he wants to put damage on the pylon. It's interesting when he has adepts, because I don't think he's going to have... Okay, I guess what he's doing is he's going to send the adepts up, and the adepts in return from his opponent are going to come over to try and defend, so he can kind of take this fight. A little bit of shading around. Classic is going to go an adept for an adept here. And that's not going to be pretty much an even trade for the moment as Showtime starts up the Immortal off this robotics facility. So he gets that underway, gets that started. Immortal Sentry coming through, the Warp Gate coming up. Just going to be seeing the Oracle coming by and the Warp Gate coming over as well. And a couple Stalkers will build into place. Before still comes down, Stalker just going to get stuck. A couple Stalkers in the center are going to be there, just going to take that out. We do have the Phoenix in production from Classic, which obviously is a pretty good counter to any robo builds, because you can lift up Immortals, you can shoot down the Prism. The Phoenix in general going to put you in a pretty good position here to kind of get set up and to kind of work from there, so that's kind of what we're seeing for now. Getting that up and into position. Well, Immortal and a couple Stalkers continue to build. Just see those gateways coming by. A couple of Stalkers warp in underneath the Prism as well. Just going to get that going. And the extra Stalkers going about. They're just going to go and poke onto that pylon. So again, getting some damage done. Initially, pylon will go down. Just having the Stalker getting picked away at. Robo facility will be right there. Oracle just going to fight and just going to be going after a couple more probes, a bit more damage being dealt just for now. A little bit more out of this, so again, finding some value. Phoenix and the Stalks will continue to join up together as well, so again, getting all of that ready to rumble here. As we just have another Stalker warping in, and the Phoenix alongside it. Stalker Immortal out through the center of the map, so coming straight over here. Just going to be having the Showtime force ready to try and push. Getting rid of the Phoenix quickly would be nice, because then you're going to remove a lot of what Classic has been building to try and counteract this Immortal and Prison play. So take those Phoenix out, that would definitely help. So you see an empty production tab, but empty production tab at the moment. No one building anything, as yeah, not even a single long-term unit being built. Finally, a Phoenix started up to mix it up a little bit there, as a few more Stalkers coming through from Showtime, so getting those on the way. Again, the Phoenix still building by, the pylon coming up also. We have ourselves an Adept gonna come shading through too, trying to see just what else is going on. For a couple moments. Stalker's going to start hitting the robo facility, so finding some damage here right away, and that robo will go down. The Adept now peeling away to the bottom side. Showtime in the bottom left is going to be there with the Stalkers, a couple of Immortals, and so a lot of that continuing through for now. Bringing a lot of that into play, and seeing what we can do next. Stalker's going to get in after the pylon already, and take that down. Just going to be seeing the Phoenix nearby as well. Let's see what we can do. We've got units from both sides from Classic. Obviously, this becomes a bit awkward. The Phoenix is going to start lifting and taking some of these units out of here. With the lifts, the Stalker step forward, going after the Immortals, but Classic will lose a good amount of units just because there's obviously units still here from Showtime fighting on the low ground. His army supply is looking good. Obviously, Showtime loses the Immortal, so in that regard, we're going to be kind of just a Stalker army now, but we're still a Stalker army with a Prism. As long as we do not lose that Prism, then that kind of, this part of it stays constant and remains in place. Showtime's still pressuring. These gateways are going down. I think Classic's going down. This game 3 does look as though Showtime's going to have the edge, and he pushes on up. A couple of Zealots keep on dropping. The Prism going to try and elevate it forward. And we do just see a couple more Stalkers going back the other way. And Showtime doesn't need to do it all right now. He can push in again in a second. He can finish off that gateway. And he's going to keep warping in. 36 to 12 army supply. The numbers are in his favor. He can probably walk up this ramp. He just has that much in comparison to his opponent right now. And if he goes straight in, we're just going to see a couple of other Stalkers taking some hits. Going to see a few probes will start to pull into this as well. We drop one force field over to the right side. A bunch of other probes continue to drop down currently. This is just going to be the Stalkers of Showtime putting in the work, putting in the effort, and putting in the GGs. Showtime going to bring it back a map, and he will not fall without winning a game in this series. Showtime gets 1 on the board in the best of 5. Top level Protoss play. Literally nothing happening. Yay. Protoss play at the level of the other Protoss as well, so like it goes a bit further than usual. You don't see this in a PvT. You can't get away with it though. All right, real talk. We're going Winter Madness for map 4 of this series. MaxPax will wait a little longer to see who he's playing. Obviously, it was looking like it was going to be Classic, but now Showtime steps back a game at least. So can he get the momentum and can he get a bit more progress made here as we get this ready to go? All right, we're going to kick this off. Go being called right off the bat and waiting for us to see what our game number 4 gives us. In the top left, our red Protoss play here is Showtime. Taking on the bottom right blue Protoss, it is going to be Classic. Alright, Balance Probe coming through. Just getting set for a couple moments. Gateway coming about. Get set into place just for now. Let's see where we're gonna go. I'm sorry if I'm a bit quiet today, guys. I'm not feeling 100%. I'm a little bit, I don't know. I'm just not, not got my mind fully in the stream. I apologize. I feel like that's why I keep going off topic today, because I feel like when I'm trying to focus on the games, I've got my brain just drifts a little bit, unfortunately, so I do apologize. Do our best. I feel like my throat's not quite 100% today as well. It's a little bit air. So I'm trying not to talk too much early as well. Then I get distracted because I'm not already talking about the game. You know, sometimes people say, sometimes people are like, hey, why is Woody just so quiet? Or why is he not talking about the game early? Or why does he just say, no, sorry, wrong thing. See, my brain's not in it. Sometimes people say, those are things people say, but people also say, why does Wardy just say what's on the screen? We can already see that. And sometimes because by saying what's on the screen, I keep my brain in the game, you know, and I see what's happening myself, and it makes me think about it a bit more. I should say take some time off. It's all good. Tomorrow's my day off. Honestly, it's one of those things where it's not even necessary time off. It's just, you know, some days just ain't the day. Today's just one of them days. I don't know if it's just because we started later as well. It's like, you know, I started like 2 hours later than usual, so my brain's like, ah, cool, a chill day. But work? But what? You want me to think about them Protoss again? Ugh. Such. Something like that. A couple of debs going to shade up here as we do start to move through for a couple of moments and we get ourselves establishing in the early stages. Most of the time I just describe what we already see. Ah, yeah, it's background noise, right? It allows people to watch without watching. That is my style of casting. Just chill, add some voice to the game. It's not everything has to be the super analytical like moment of like, here we go, this is exactly what this means. That's not how I cast. That's like that sometimes in the bigger, more important matches, but sometimes just being here and enjoying each other, you know? Enjoying each other, just enjoying the time, just enjoying watching some games together and chilling. It's kind of the vibe. What's up, Sergeant Birdie? Thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. A little sub to cheer you up, matey. Hope you're doing an awesome job. Thank you so much for the kind words, and thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, let's turn away. A couple stalkers right there pushing that back. A couple more stalkers gathering up. Again, Nexus and the Immortal coming through as well. You like the play-by-play, chill? Yeah, it's the thing. It's just like, it's just the vibe we hit. That's the vibe we hit sometimes. Showtime with this commitment. I mean, this is obviously off of one base. He just built his robo in base this time. And he will be sending it again. Let's see how Classic does. Looking to defend a low ground expand. Good couple of force fields initially, but Showtime gets enough units through to kind of keep the damage going. The Immortal of Classic kept out of the way, unable to get a lot of shots off, so it's going to be pretty unimpactful here. We now have the Oracle taking a few more shots. Now going to dive onto the Immortal here of Classic. Energy recharge goes onto the battery to keep it alive a bit longer. The Prism brings the Immortal forward, gets one more shot, but the Immortal of Classic is saved. That's an amazing save. That's very clutch because we're about to be 2 Immortals now versus the 1. And that's going to give you a lot more damage output here. If this was just 1 already, that could have been a lot rougher. But now, Showtime has to give up a bit extra to stay around. So good job by Classic maintaining and making the most of this. Showtime obviously doesn't have, you know, robo-based reinforcements because it's all the way back in the base. And he's going to decide that this just didn't do enough damage. And because he is not reproducing robo units, he doesn't think he can do much else. And so he says GG and Classic. Just a good day to be Classic, man. He's just like, cool, MaxPax, you earned one of the best seeds in the OSC. I didn't quite earn that good of a seed, but guess what? I'm now in the same place as you are. MaxPax and Classic will be up next as we get this next PvP ready to go. And that does mean that MaxPax and Classic are guaranteed. Where is it? So that would be top 4. So yeah, that guarantees Classic top 6 in the tournament now with this string of results today. So Classic now guaranteed top 6 as we get a new series ready to go. I'm going to throw a quick break screen on, guys. I'll be right back with you in just a few. I'll see you guys very shortly. Don't go far. It's MaxPax and Classic up next. Alrighty guys, welcome back. How we doing? It is MaxPax and Classic coming up for another PvP here. Get this ready to go. Go, and GLHF gets called. Go into Winter Madness. Alright. Winter Madness going through. Get this going. Let's see what we got. See what we got. In the bottom right hand side of the map, we're going to start things with our red Protoss player. It is going to be Mr. MaxPax taking on the blue Protoss in the upper left hand side. We're going to have ourselves Classic. Game number 1 of the best of 5. Classic winning 3 in a row so far today, and 4 in a row so far in the upper bracket, definitely making a run. As MaxPax has struggled a bit against... He's struggled against Hero in PvP lately, but I don't think he's struggled against Classic when they've played, so... Yeah, that's an interesting little thing. Let me actually look up the MaxPax and Classic history, actually. Classic and MaxPax search. Let's see. MaxPax 2-0 in the WardiTV 2025 Championship, but then Classic 3-2 MaxPax in RSL, then MaxPax 3-0-3-0, Classic 3-2-2-1. Okay, so it's a little bit more back and forth than I thought it was, to be fair. I actually thought it was quite a heavily MaxPax favored matchup lately, but actually it's pretty back and forth, honestly. So, they don't play too much, but not as much as like MaxPax plays Hero, as they meet in all the weekly cups all the time, but... Hey, what's up, Arnob? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 35-month resub. Late-ish, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too. Late or not, appreciate it. Thank you so much for the resub as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As we get this going into this lovely little game that we've got right here. Another best of 5. We're halfway through the day. 3 of the best of 5 is down, 3 to go. After this one, we will be heading into the lower bracket for a while as well, with Mana versus MilkyCow, as well as Mixu versus GG Machine in the ZVZ. So TVP and a ZVZ to come up after this. That's all still on the way, guys, so we'll be ready very shortly for you guys. Looking forward to it. Very fun. Very exciting. Very, very exciting. If I cancel a couple Stalkers both coming up, that Warp Gate coming in as well. So building all that through. Stargate and the Nexus coming online as well. So far, so good. To get ourselves settled into this. Let's figure out what we want to do. Probe, we're going to nibble at the other probe. So a couple moments of dealing some damage. Again, that Stargate building, the Twilight Council on the other side. The Warp Gate's coming up on both players as well. Stalker's going to get in after the Adept for a second or so. So a bit more damage there, and the Adept will take a few shots. Again, Warp Gate's coming up, the Blink on the way. Stalker and a couple of probies coming through as well, so all of that coming online for now. You can get that going just currently is that Warp Gate build on the Cybercore as well. We continue to come through with this. And we just have ourselves the Void Ray, the Warp Gate, all coming online. Gateway in production as we speak. Lots of little bits and pieces coming up for the moment as we get ourselves settled for the moment. Holy hit! Thank you so much for the fresh new sub. Appreciate it. Thank you for subbing it up. Couple of Stalkers. I'm going to continue for a second or so there, so just put a bit more damage out. Void Ray going to activate after those Stalkers as well. Just going to continue to chase those out for a second or so. So again, just pushing back on this a little, trying to get some damage dealt momentarily. Seeing what we can do. Stalker's going to shoot, just going to see a probe going down, just going to have ourselves that Blink still building up against that Void Ray production on MaxPax, as he is looking to play defense early. So defense from our defense from our Protoss, unsurprisingly, I suppose. We just have a couple extra Stalkers coming about and seeing what we can do. Just going to see the rest of these Stalkers coming about, the Void's overhead. Everything else gathering together. Still got, again, Blink coming about. And again, the Void Ray and a couple of probes coming over as we speak. So, and the rest of that up and running. For the moment, we're just going to dive straight in with the Blink. We're going to get the Void Rays very quickly in Classic. good stop, and new Voidray available is now able to blink away at least, so it's going to make things a little easier and a little better. Just going to see how Stalker's going to blink through again. Now this Voidray goes down. There's the issue. The Blink Stalker is able to close the gap immediately, and that really gets rid of the strength of the Voidray defensively, which is pulling back and kind of staying out of reach. Enough Stalkers to just jump forwards here and to kind of punish this, and it feels as though MaxPax is going to roll over and die in this opening game. Classic gets the opening map just like that. Boom, boom, and bang. Classic 1. MaxPax 0. Win this, and obviously you get into another round further forward. That means top 4 guaranteed in the OSC Championship. So it's a big, in fact, top 3 guaranteed. So big match, because you win this, you're guaranteed top 3 in the event. A little bit of a payday. It's going to be somewhat established for you at that point, so big opportunity. Big opportunity. Game 2 coming up right here as MaxPax hosts us to Tourmaline with Classic in the 1-0 lead. The Blink Stalker 1 base getting the job done. Go and ready. Going to be called. And kick that off. Get this started. In the top left, top right hand side, sorry, we're going to have ourselves the red Protoss. This is MaxPax. He is down a game against Classic in the bottom left corner of the map. MaxPax used to dominate in PvP. Yeah, I mean, he had a style of play that he was extremely good at, that very few people were able to copy, and it could kind of beat everything. And then they took away his main point of defense and made it so he couldn't just do the same thing on repeat every single game, and still very good at PvP. Sometimes you get into the late stage and MaxPax is freaking great, and he's still, nowadays, still kind of finding ways to make this matchup kind of favorable to him when you don't always expect it to be, for example, so still cool. But, yeah, not as dominant as he was. I also thought it was so cool that to be that dominant in a mirror matchup doing your own thing, that was so difficult to pull off that nobody else could do it. This is always one of the craziest things to me. To me, this is one of the things that really showed that MaxPax was like the real deal, right? Because like, if you're in a mirror matchups, there's no advantage, and you're just doing the same, you know, your opponent can do the same thing as you, and you can dominate like that with your own style of play. Like it's just, that combination of facts is just crazy. Cybercore Gateway both building up here. Just going to see that Zealot building through as well in the gateway. And that's set for a few moments as we have a probe just in the main base, looking to be a little bit of a nuisance as well. Just nibbling around after a couple of bits and bobs. Nothing too crazy just yet, but getting ourselves established and figuring out where this game goes to. Again, that Stargate is finishing shortly. Mixes will drop down from MaxPax, so he expands, which I don't think we might be too surprised by. The question will be, what does Classic do about such an expansion? Does he try and punish it again? Does he do it in a different way? Does he do something similar? Button Stalkers for now, but yet to see what his tech looks like. Hey, what's up, Odeboy? Thank you so much for the 52-month resub. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for resubscribing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 52. Crazy. Stalker will shoot Zealot, take some more damage again. A few more hits coming about. The Stalker's going to keep on pinging in, so finding a little bit of damage so far. Nothing too wild, but it's Adept that's just going to be poking the other side. Oracle popping from MaxPax. And Classic is going to throw Gateway down in the front, so we know exactly what Classic wants to do. He is going to be aggressive. This is going to be 4 gates, so he's just going to go straight up 4 gates. Super nearby warp in, so the reinforcements are going to arrive super quickly. in a game like this, I mean, that actually might make all the difference. And I love these first Stalkers already being aggressive, showing up, being right here, like being right up in the face of the opponent. I think that does a lot for you as well. I think that actually says a lot about this situation and puts you in a really fun position. So, again, a lot done initially. And putting some damage out as the Oracle activating on the other side. MaxPax draining that battery of energy, and that will force a response from your opponent. Otherwise, we're going to be in a bit of trouble. I'm just going to see at the same time, though, I mean, the battery's deep out on the other side. 5-6 workers going down. No warping at home from Classic at all. So these probes are just getting absolutely massacred. I mean, Classic goes down to 16 workers. That's going to slow down a lot of his production. He lost a lot of mining time there, right? And in a game where you're looking to try and get through and overwhelm ASAP, that really is not a good look for you. You're going to kill this Nexus. We'll have to put some money into rebuilding probes. I imagine you can't go to win this game at this point. I imagine you'll have to take a little bit of a different approach instead. Probe facility coming through, pile on the way. And Robo Gateway coming about. Just gonna see that probe coming through as well, so again, we get that on the go. It's gonna be seeing a couple of Void Warriors. We'll head down to the bottom left. Oracle coming over. A little Revelation coming down. Just gonna be seeing the Twilight Council coming through. Again, Gate, Robo Facility, all continuing up. The Stalkers and the Sentries will fire. The panel will take some damage. Also just trying to use this high ground vision to push in and get a little bit of something done for the moment. Now that's as the Void Ray is activating after a couple of those Stalkers, so a little bit more being dealt there. And Immortal and that Sentry coming by as well. He is just going to be seeing MaxPax getting more and more defensively set up. Will re-expand, and Classic is... I don't even know what you do at just Classic at this point, because this feels like one of those scenarios where you're pretty doomed in terms of what you've been trying to get done and everything. So what do you do now? I mean, he's adding on pylons to get unsupply buff, and what? We're just going to shove with one more attempt? I mean, he's moving out into the map. I don't think he'll have any intention of expanding. I guess he just goes and just does his best, right? And just says, well, let's see if we can make something stick. Let's see if we can make something work out. The reality is probably it's going to be extremely, extremely difficult for you, though. So we'll have ourselves the couple more Stalkers warping in right now. Just going to be having that Immortal production as well, bringing that straight up. Another Stalker warping through with this, but I just do not see a push in here from Classic that works. GG. Classic doesn't see it either. Not even going to try and force the fight because it's just not realistically ever going to go his way. And we get tied up 1-1. Alright. Just like that, we get ourselves tied up and ready for the next one. 10,000 feet, game 3 coming up in just a couple seconds, guys. It's ready to go. Classic Tex was way behind. Yeah, he was all in. He four-gated. I mean, he was never going to transition out of this. Four-gate is not a... He needed way more to be able to transition out of this. Like, you need to push your opponent in the main base and take a significant position, and just so much that was just not realistically going to happen there. Just straight up full stop, so... Didn't happen. Didn't happen. Bottom right side, the red Protoss player here is going to be MaxPax tying the series up 1-1, getting the defense off in game 2 that he couldn't find in game 1. Will Classic keep on trying to bust him down and break on through early? That's going to be one of our big question marks here as we get this one started. Hey, what's up, G-Town? Thank you so much for the 8-month resub. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the content. If you guys are enjoying the stream, obviously do consider subscribing. It helps us out so much. And if you're really enjoying, obviously we do have the other ways to support. Obviously, this is not a WardiTV event, but if you do want to support our events, I'm going to be continuing to push the Patreon page a lot this year, so you can check that out as well. But just in general, thanks for watching, thanks for being here, and your support by watching is one of the best things you can do in general, so keep it up. Keep on tuning in. It's producing through. The probes on their way up. Yeah, so settled for game 3 here. Does, like I say, MaxPax continue to expand? Does Classic try and do something about it? What is the game plan there? Like I say, those are some important questions. There's this forward pylon from Classic, but it doesn't look like it's something he's truly going to utilize, so probably just coming across the map, and where are we going to go? Is he actually like moving around to do something here? He might be. He might be. He's going to hide in the line of sight blocker for a couple seconds, still hang around. Interesting how this map works with the kind of access from both sides on the third. Kind of makes the rotations around the middle of the map so much fun. It can actually be really fun for PvP if you got to a later stage PvP, but that's always going to be a question mark as a third gateway comes down. It honestly does not feel as though Classic has any true intention of playing any kind of macro right now. Or any kind of long game. He's saying, I'm not going to let you get away with these faster expansions. He absolutely wants to punish his opponents, and that is once again exactly what he's going to try and do. See if that is going to be something that will succeed or not. See, he's had some success, he's had some flops so far, realistically. Gateway drops in down here. A few stalkers gather together. A couple of stalkers, a couple of gates, the warp gate, little bits of everything all coming through still currently. So again, a lot of that on the way in just for now. Get that set up. These stalkers gonna hit that Oracle already. As the Oracle returns fire with the Revelation. Stalkers will go back and forth. A couple Stalkers going to be there. One Stalker already taking some hits. It's going to go down. Return some fire back the other way. Going to pull all the probes against the stasis wall, which does deny that stasis from coming up. The fourth gateway is about to kick in. It's proxied on that left-hand side of the map, so it's going to be here and ready to party very soon as the Stalkers keep putting the pressure onto this Nexus. And that's going to be that Void Ray out. And can we get a push forward here from Classic that works this time around? Or is MaxPax once again going to find himself a chance to play defense and succeed in keeping himself alive in these expanding kind of scenarios? We'll see. Nexus is going to go down soon. We're kind of trying to bait units forward with the idea of like, hey, surely he wants to defend the Nexus, or at least try to. If we just let this straight up go down, what sort of position do we really end up in here? Battery actually put some healing onto it as well, so we got some shields back to it. We see the Stalkers trying to dive onto units. Getting rid of a Stalker is nice. It's going to be true on both sides, since Stalker of Classic did indeed fall in the end. Nexus goes down, that will be cleaned up, and from here, we get back on track. Let's see, those Stalkers still going to go in after the batteries and clean up the low ground. Now, MaxPax is going to have a rope on the way, an extra gate coming through too. What happens here eventually is that you get into the next stage of this game, which is like, which is basically that, MaxPax has a whole bunch of tech units, and Classic has a whole bunch of gate units. And then you have that typical kind of gateway versus tech unit argument, and in my eyes, the tech units actually do very well from here. So Classic's opened up well, and he has a good supply lead. But can he deal with, like you say, the mass of what MaxPax is building? Which is not just the mass of nothing, it really is, like I say, a mass of very, very good units in general. So that's the question, and we shall see very soon. Robot facility about to complete. Destination Colossus just going to allow us to kind of poke forward a little bit, have that high ground vision. That's going to put some pressure on. Is on the other side of the map, the Void Rays are going to cancel the Nexus. So once again, the Void Ray run by from MaxPax, looking to be lethal, looking to be distinctively successful. It does mean you have less units left over here, and that's kind of the factor right now as we're running in, and Obviously, like I said, picking off this gateway, we're not running straight into the base, but you're able to kind of hold position on this side of the map much more comfortably. Because your Void Rays are obviously, the Void Rays are out on the other side, so a lot of the defense here from MaxPax doesn't really exist. That's a nice force fielder too, and I think you're going to lose both the Stalkers that got stuck in it, so the recall didn't even work for much either. Classic will try and expand again. Guess who shows up? It's MaxPax and the Void Rays. Yeah, for now at least he will not activate Prismatic, and he will not go after the Nexus. Now the Stalkers actually do get a jump underneath, and that's just a mistake from MaxPax, plain and simple. Loses one, takes big shots on another. And that was MaxPax just not recognizing that those Stalkers were so close, and bang bang, Classic does something to slow the opposition down. Almost Stalkers coming back the other way right now. So you have our Nexus still building up. Charge coming through on the side of Classic. All these Stalkers in the bottom left gathering now. And Charge still just building through. That Nexus coming up on both sides. The probes producing by for the moment. Again, Stalkers in the sentry. It's going to gather around a couple seconds. Just take a moment or two. Just going to be sitting here for Classic. I mean, he's got the expansion up of his own, so he's going to try and utilize that in his favor. So we sit tight, we wait a little bit. Tri-Council probes and the Immortal continue to come through as well. Just going to be having Void Rays activating. The Immortals are going to get jumped on, so they're going to go get eaten up. There goes that Void Ray. It's going to go down. So Classic decides to commit in, and the supply is looking very good for him. It looks as though he will take Game 3 of this series. And Classic gets the edge. Now in the best of 5, another map away. And he will just be winning another series. Man, 4 best of 5s in a row is an impressive streak. Classic, obviously we know, is extremely good, but he's showing up right now. Let's see, starting off 2020 strong, like he finished 2025, to be honest. Game 4 in a couple secs. I'll get this on the way for you guys. Gotta run some ads though. Let's get those started. And MaxPax's lobby hosting skills are being put to the test as get this set up ASAP for the moment. Ready? And a GLHF. I'm going to get called. Hosted Classic. Being back-to-back game with us for 3 hours now. That's now a map away from top 4 in the OSC Championship. Obviously, will be a little bit of time before we see Classic again if he does advance through from today. So, moving through. Let's get into this in the top right side. Down and in a must-win situation. MaxPax is our red Protoss, taking on Classic in the bottom left. Our blue Protoss player. Team number 4 then, MaxPax. Just again, just a couple times over now, has not been able to defend the expand. One time he has. And you have to imagine that Classic is going to keep on trying to break those expansions down. He's clearly not been interested in playing the longer game where they both expand early and we go from there. Don't blame him. MaxPax can be very good in those kind of PvPs as well, so... I understand it, especially if he truly feels like he can just be so impactful in these early stages, which he's definitely shown us as a possibility for him as well, so... fun stuff there in general. Double gateway versus the Nexus coming down, so nice fast expand. That's Nexus before core even, so MaxPax just getting as greedy as possible. Cybercore coming through. Next is coming about. Just going to see the gateway coming over as well. Pylon is going to be on that for just a second as we get ready to build something as classic. Is that going to be, what, a hidden Stargate or so, maybe? Twilight. Ooh. This is going to go for an immediate Twilight Council. That's very fun. Not quite what you would immediately kind of jump to as an expectation, but I kind of like the... I like it, honestly. I'm into it. Yeah, a little bit of a mix-up initially. Get that going, do something a bit different to what we've been seeing. As the robo facility comes up, the probe and the stalker on the way, the warp gate coming about as well. More stalkers continue to produce as well currently, as the Twilight Council will also just build into play. A couple stalkers heading over, and the adept shading about around on the map. Done some damage onto that battery. We will see one stalker standing here to be strong on the defense. Going to try and keep everything away just for the moment and stop this from becoming too much of an issue. Meanwhile, we obviously have Classic who's just building up into that blink and kind of a return to that game one. Just get that blink up super quickly, get into this, and just go, go, go. It's seemingly going to be the plan to try and shock the world and knock MaxPax down to the lower bracket and give himself a chance at an upper bracket run still in the top 3 of the competition. I mean, he'd be upper bracket finals after this, so that would be huge. I mean, definitely a player we know is deserving of being up there, just wanting to make that sort of a stand and wanting to make that sort of an appearance here. Again, Blink coming through, the Immortal, the Stalker, and the Warp Gate all building online, so we get a lot of that coming up. Just waiting for Classic. I mean, he's going to build an expansion back at home, but there's no way he's not just going to build a bunch of stalkers here and commit, no? I mean, he is only on 2 gateways, so maybe there is a world where we just try and do some damage and this is not as committed as it seems like. Maybe because of the Immortals. Feels like it's better to just try and get some futuristic kind of game plan going, as the Adepts will go one way, the Stalkers may try and blink around a bit as well, trying to abuse the lack of mobility the Immortals have early. Yeah, the Blink all-in is much better against a Void Ray defense. Against an Immortal defense, it's going to be difficult to justify blinking into those big chunky boys that are just going to do bonus damage to each and every one of your Stalkers when given the chance. Balance goes down, still got the Twilight Council coming through, the couple extra probes building, Nexus company coming up as well. What's going to be there? Stalkers get pushed back. So far, so good. And Twilight Council building, the gateway coming through, probes in that prism continuing up as well. It's going to be seeing those extra gates and that charge upgrade coming by. Got a lot of this setting. As Glaive is going to be on the way from MaxPax. You're going to see Classic supply. Like, he expanded so much later. I mean, his supply is in the bin in comparison to MaxPax. He's down 14 workers, so in general here, Classic is, again, just kind of dead off the build order. Obviously going to try and play through, but yeah, the entire situation is not exactly ideal, to say the very least. It's definitely leaving a lot to the imagination in terms of what you can do to try and pull this back and get back on track. Stalker Immortal coming down this ramp. Let's just take a third base here. Classic has Blink and still he can't do anything with it. It just cannot find an opening yet, so that's not doing well. That's not putting you in any better of a position either. Going through, this is just seeming like complete and total trouble. One was warping in. We just have ourselves a few Stalkers and Immortals pushing back the other direction again, so a bit more being done for a few moments here. Dark Shrine and Forge coming up as well. Bring that straight into play. Stalker still setting up. Prism overhead. Fusel's moving around. Gonna cancel on that Nexus straight away as well. Gonna be a nice little grab for sure. So, yeah, a little bit of a pick off already. The rest of the Zealot Stalker coming about. Stalkers and Immortals all building through here currently as well. Getting a lot of that on the go just for the moment. Dark Shrine +1 and Blink all building into play right now. Stalker's going to shoot. This is going to be seeing the Zealot Stalker backing away from Classic. He's caught up in terms of supply, but he is going to be playing with a much worse army. He's basically spamming basic units and just hoping that the basic unit spam is going to be able to carry him here. And he can maybe take some good fights by just being everywhere and overwhelming. Do you like the DTs from MaxPax? Feel like they're going to give you some good options in terms of some damage that can be done. So, yeah, I do like that a lot, honestly. And I feel like that definitely puts you in a fun position to maybe make a couple things happen here as well. And DTs are showing, it's just going to make you such a difficult situation to play out of. I need to be negative, but this is looking pretty doomed. 12 workers going down. Classic was already in trouble. It's not that negative, because it does mean we're going to get a game 5 of this series. Classic and MaxPax are going to go the full entire distance. Stalkers are Classic trying to blink through. Just trying to commit. The force fields are great at keeping those Zealots out, and that's everything you want in this scenario right there. That is going to be MaxPax taking game 4. And we are going to have ourselves one more map of PvP as Classic and MaxPax go the entire distance. MaxPax just being ready with Immortals against the Stalker blink pressure to shut that down before it even really got started as we look to Ruby Rock for game 5. Cool. Classic and MaxPax in game. Lobby begins to count down, and we'll get this on the go. Alright, let's get this underway. As we have got ourselves in the top left-hand side, the Red Protoss player MaxPax. As this series has gone all the way to this game 5 right here, let's see who brings it home. One map to send a player to the upper bracket finals and drop the other into the lower bracket. And realistically, whoever gets into the upper bracket finals has a very good shot at just making finals and having a run just to win this OSC championship, which could be very cool. It would not be the first time from MaxPax, of course. He has been the OSC champion before, back in 2022. It would be the first time for Classic. We've not had a Protoss champion since MaxPax either. It was Dark and Clem in the previous 2 years, so some stats for you guys. Of course, Clem, one of the 2-time champions of OSC. He's still alive. He's in the upper bracket on the other portion of the upper bracket. If he was to meet either of these guys, it would be in that upper bracket final. So that'll not be played until at least next week. So again, a long way to go in this tournament. It's kind of funny. Like we've got, after this, we're going to have one of Classic or MaxPax, a 2 series away from winning the tournament. But realistically, that's 2 weeks away, and then we have like 25 other series or something to play before we actually figure that whole thing out and before we actually get to that point. So yeah, kind of a fun one as we just set up here. Get going. A couple of gates going to start up with and get going for the moment. End up coming about next on the way through. Get settled in for a couple of moments here. And just going to be having our Stargate Nexus coming through. A couple of Stalkers in the Warp Gate coming by also. Get that up and running. couple of Stalkers move across. Again, Twilight Council that's in production from Classic. It's going to be a Stargate build again, so... Get that rolling through. You can see the Stalkers fighting Adept take damage. Phoenix going to be the initial build, and now we're going to go into a Void Ray. So he was starting a Phoenix for a second there, he did go Oracle first. Stalker's going to start pressuring. I mean, this is going to be a better opportunity for this Blink play to work because you're up against that Stargate defense, and so this is, I think, what you want to be seeing here as Classic. Oracle activating, a couple of probes begin to go down. So it's going to get a bit more damage here already. So a few more shots coming in right off the bat. Going to see the Oracle coming back through. A couple of probes going down. Classic. Have to deal with that. Another Stalker is still going to warp in. Adept is going to be warping through. It's going to be seeing a couple of Stalkers continue to come by right there. So just set that up, get that going. Oh, Stasis is going to catch a few of the Stalkers. Stalkers do blink underneath. The Void goes down. That's where Classic starts to look very good. He blinks for the next Void Ray, but actually Stasis catches a few of the Stalkers, and the Void Ray kind of slipped by. He blinked kind of beyond where he needed to be for it. Put it into a bit of a weird place there, and now these few Stalkers in the main base at least need to be careful. That Stasis actually really did save that Void Ray a little bit, I think. A couple more units shooting at it. It might have actually been more viable to keep shooting at it as well. Classic gonna try and just blink for the Void Ray again. He's not gonna have it. He doesn't have enough Stalkers getting on top of it, and that's gonna be disastrous. If you're blinking in aggressively, you need to kill the defensive units. That said, next Void Ray is quite a long way from being ready, so there is an opportunity here for Classic for the next few moments to get some value. Might be worth target firing the Stalkers that are warping in, but yeah, I guess that doesn't matter too much. Still trade, another Zealot at the front there, gonna go back around, moving back over. You'll be seeing the batteries coming through, probes in production. Little kill right there. Pylon gonna get cancelled up, and we are gonna keep on moving through. New Void Ray, that's the issue. Do you jump on the Void Ray right now? What is the plan? If you jump on that Void Ray, it feels expensive at this point. Like, it feels like you can't really justify it, I think. So I think that's gonna be kind of the issue overall. Gonna see the Stalker's gonna shoot. The Void Ray gonna take a bunch of damage. So quite a few shots coming about. Stalker's gonna get there. The Void Ray will go down. The other couple of Stalkers going to come about as well. Continue to put some pressure in. Continue to go in after this. And army supplies are still very similar, but obviously you can give up a bunch of probes here still. I mean, the power of the blink is very real, though. Next Void Ray about to be out. Classic's keeping this in a position where he can maximize the value of his army, and I think he is starting to do this. The Stalkers are just not holding up well enough, and this is becoming a little bit too much of an issue at the end of all of this. I think we are getting to an endpoint that is going to favor our Blue Protoss. I mean, maybe now if the Void Ray can be held onto, but these batteries are drained of energy as well, so that's not exactly going to be a helping hand either in this grand scheme of things. And that's also not going to just, yeah, it's just not going to do you any favors, so not ideal at all. Oracle, that's going to get Stasis Ward down. There's the Stalker still poking through. A couple shots coming about here. Probe's going to pull forward again. Just going to be seeing MaxPax Continue to chase by. Those Stalkers pull back. We commit back in. Just for the moment, we guess another battery going to be recharged. 26 to 21. Where are we at with a second Void Ray not in production? I'm kind of shocked we don't have a second Void Ray in production, no? Just really feel as though that's like just something that would help a lot, honestly. I mean, I guess maybe we just don't have the money for it. He's losing probes. Now we blink in. Classic is going to do what he needs to. Took a bit of time. Was not as simple as the earlier blink commitments in this series, but this one is going to get the job done in the end. Stalker's getting jumped on. No Voider in the way means that we have no big unit that's going to save the day. Probes are not going to save you from this Stalker count, and the battery in the back will not be able to do enough. It's Classic to move to the upper bracket finals of the OSC Championship, and it is MaxPax that will fall into the lower bracket gauntlet to play out from there, from the top 6. We'll see what he can do. But like I say, that is probably, we're talking probably week 3 for that. I mean, it's going to take us a long time to work through enough lower bracket to get to the point where MaxPax drops down to. So there is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, 18, 22, 4. Yeah, there's 24 lower bracket best of 5s before we get to where MaxPax is at. So yeah, forgive me if I don't believe in the in seeing MaxPax or Classic again soon. That will probably happen, like I say, in a couple of weeks' time when we get back to this section of the bracket. All right. We're going to hop to Europe. The last couple series of the day, guys, are replays. That was all of our live games. Cool to get some live matches. I know, I just did the WardiTV Championship last month. I know it's a pain in the butt to do some of these matches live and to try and organize the players and stuff, so amazing that we got some of the matches live, but we are going to go to replays for the last couple series of the day, which are going to be Mana versus MilkyCow and then GG Machine versus Mixu. So we're going to get those ready. I'm just going to host these up. I'm going to take a couple moments break, actually. I'm going to step away for just a second or two, guys, so I will be right back, but let me just get the first replays hosted initially. That should make life a little bit easier. Cool. Give me a second. I'll just invite the guys in, and then I'll be a couple moments, guys, because we're gonna have to run ads anyway. So I'll be a couple moments. I'll see you guys in a second. I'll be back with you guys in just a few. It's gonna be Mana MilkyCow up next. As you can hear, we are beginning to get into our next matchup. It's lower bracket action. First round of lower bracket. One of these players will be eliminated. The other will get to continue their lower bracket journey. Will it be the red Protoss in the bottom right corner of the map, Mana, who comes out successful, or will it be a blue Terran in the top left, MilkyCow? Or as he currently wishes to be known, on the ladder at least, GG. I don't know what that really means, but, you know, we'll say it once, and then we'll call him MilkyCow forevermore. Mana MilkyCow here, before we have a Series Z to wrap the day with GG Machine vs Mixu. I'm actually looking forward to that Series Z. I think that's a fun one. I think GG Machine's been playing well lately, so I do think that'll be some good fun. Excited to see where it's at. Thanks for joining us, guys. Thanks for sticking around as we get to this point right now, and obviously get through maybe arguably the more interesting plays for a lot of people. Get to this point, excited to see you guys being here and hanging out with some games, which I actually think are going to be really cool. I really do think these lower bracket matches are so fun. It's actually kind of wild. I feel like the lower bracket and the upper bracket of the OSC Championship are like two different tournaments. You know, you look at the guys in the upper bracket, you look at the guys in the lower bracket, and it feels like two different tournaments. But the best part is like, you kind of get rewarded for every match you play, and the guys in the lower bracket, if they play through well enough, will get a shot at some of the, you know, some of the tougher guys overall, which is what I think is really cool. Love it. Love it. Alright, we'll get going, get started, figure out what we're going to do here as we take a couple moments to settle ourselves in Engineering Bay. Just coming up off the bat here initially, just going to have our factory coming through as well, so bring that straight into place, get that going, and see what things will do. Factory coming about, Engineering Bay coming up. Just releasing our Stalker. Production, that Engineering Bay block, obviously a fun little way for MilkyCow to try and disrupt Mana in the early stages, and that's exactly what he'll be achieving. For the moment, at least, as you see that Zealot and Probe going to get back to swinging at the Engineering Bay, clearing that up a little bit, and putting some damage in. A couple of barracks coming online behind this. We only have a factory and 2 more barracks, and you might notice the complete lack of a command center here from MilkyCow. So he's committing to a bit of a one base to start things off. Meanwhile, Mana, you might notice, is committing to a bit of a one base as well. His opponent Engineering Bay blocks, so MilkyCow looks at this and says, cool, I'm slowing you down and whatever. The reality is that Mana's just taking advantage of it, and he's going to go Robo Double Gateway, and what the hell are we going to have here? Because this is now going to be a Mana who's set up super aggressively, and a MilkyCow who's set up super aggressively. Bunker on the low ground, faking the defense of the natural expansion that just doesn't exist. Oh, we have both these guys pulling off some trickery in this game. One in this lower bracket match is off to a fiery start. So MilkyCow is going to be having the Prism harassing him, and then obviously from there, Mana can add some more pressure. I mean, we'll see what he does. There's a lot of blank space in the main base, and the main part of that is that you can maybe get some warp-ins here and then just go from the main. Any sort of low-ground defense would be non-existent. That would be cool if there was need for low-ground defense. I'm only really saying it because there is, and the units are on the low ground currently, even if there's not a CC to protect. In theory, because you've got the extra barracks, I actually think you should have plenty to play defense with here as MilkyCow, but we'll see if that remains to be the place. Prism comes in toward the main, and we do have a starport right on that side. And we're going to see this right now as MilkyCow, so now he sees what's up, now he sees what's happening, and begins to recognize, uh-oh, time for me to figure this out and get some defense going. Siege Tank going to get jumped on kind of quickly, so Mana very narrowly getting rid of that super quickly. Now going to turn back around onto the other Siege Tank for a couple of moments, and we do see those Stalkers going to just pull back a little bit. So one tank down, other tank hurting. We will be able to pull SCVs to play a bit of defense against that. Stalkers will keep some action onto the top side. 6 SCVs going down, pretty serious amount of damage initially as well, obviously. So getting some work done for sure, getting some damage dealt. We're going to be seeing Mana having to save that Immortal. Prism in trouble. He's going to lose it. Now he's going to lose everything. He will at least get another siege tank, but everything is obviously trapped in this main base here. So that is a disaster. Fair to say this is obviously not what you were looking to make happen, as the Stalkers will go down, and that will pretty much just wrap up that. So that part of the attack is going to be done already. 9 SCVs killed. Mana loses everything. I mean, MilkyCow obviously is set up to play one base, which Mana might be realizing at this point as well. The problem for Mana is that his structures are proxied, and if you realize that as MilkyCow, you can come across and deny those, and Mana can't really do much to protect them in this current moment because of the fact that he just lost everything, right? So, and MilkyCow walks straight over here, and he's going to go and fight this. We see the Immortal that's just there is just going to be abandoned. The Prism will never get there in time to save it, so that's another -1 Immortal in this game for Mana. And then we have the Marines just going to get through, just going to be seeing the Pylon taking a few more shots. Stalkers go back the other way. Again, sorry, not double Prism, just Prism blocked, but it looks a bit weird because of the depowered Robo. And now 2 gates depowered as well, so Mana really does end up in a rough position. This feels like a very poor place to be as the Protoss in this point in time. Marines tank, the Medevac still heading down the bottom right, the Stalkers still gathering together. So let's see the Siege tank taking a few shots. Gonna go down, no save from the Medevac, so the few Stalkers that exist are gonna put some work in. Mana building 2 new gateways back at home. I was gonna say, this is worth repowering these gates as well. Like, if you just send a probe around and MilkyCow cannot get back over there quickly, you might get a few more warp-ins off those gates, in which case a probe walking over and an extra pylon being built may be worth it. May even be able to get a new, a new Prism or so out still as well. So yeah, that is Observer going to get spotted. I mean, Mana can threaten the attack, which should pull these units back over here. This probe needs to hide right now. Okay, probe gets seen, and now MilkyCow is going to deny it, so he's not going to let this happen, but at the same time, the Stalker's going to poke up this ramp, and they're going to see some success, although we're not far from seeing the Siege tank finishing and sieging, and obviously just pushing this back as well, so that is going to be a shove back, and that's not going to be allowed to go too much further for the moment. Gateways will actually be killed off this time. MilkyCow will stop and take a few moments to actually play cleanup on this. What a wild game here on Ruby Rock to open things off in this lower bracket series. Actually see the Stalkers showing up, and they're going to try and get some more value. Still unupgraded Marines, so we can't stop these Stalkers without a tank sieging, really. Kind of a wild time through and through for the moment. One Stalker going down, the other Stalker's going to try and fight. A little bit more damage being done here and there just for now, as the Medevac loads up a group of Marines. Going to take those across to the sides. The rest of these Stalkers coming down the bottom. Marines in the tank going to join up together there as well, so just going to settle in with everything at the moment. The tank gets picked away at. Just going to have ourselves Stalkers still gathering up. Raven on the way. Marines in the tank coming through. Again, a lot of this on the way over at the moment. Stalkers will shoot. Siege tank takes some damage. Going to see a couple of these other Marines taking some shots as well. Stalkers will continue to go back and forth for a couple of moments. Tanks will and Siege just going to reposition for now. Take a couple more moments and again see where we can take things as the Marine tank Medevac needs to come over. A couple Stalkers will settle. Just trying to keep on kiting. We do get one more Siege tank again. We've actually had a lot of successful tank kills realistically. I mean, how many tanks have we killed in this game? 6? It's actually kind of nutty. Mana down about 1,000 resources lost. Eat an anti-armor missile as well makes it even more flimsy on this Stalker count to try and get stuff done. So that part, unfortunately, is not exactly going to be ideal. A few Stalkers still running over. Just going to be seeing the Marines there as well, coming across too. Just a lot of that coming about. Just going from here right now. So again, getting a lot of this set up, and a lot of this underway. Again, those 9 probes going down. The rest of these Stalkers going to gather about as well for a couple moments. I mean, at this point, MilkyCow is in the main base, up 16 army supply. He's going to lose the tank, though. I mean, it's weird. He has a lot of army supply, but I don't really believe in his army. Like, I guess the Viking does some extra damage to the Stalkers, but the Stalkers should be able to, like, kite out these Marines. Like I say, it's kind of a weird circumstance, but, like, that's kind of where we just stand at the moment. Like, that's where we are at. As Marines gather together, and we will see a few more shots going through. Stalker's going to fire up a few of those Marines as well. We see the Medevac going down on top of everything else. That will also just drop. And that is a cleanup from Mana, but he's down 33 to 51 supply because there's even more Terran approaching him. But can MilkyCow genuinely do something with this portion of the army before Manic plays catch up? I mean, can Manic play catch up? He's down to 14 workers, so his economy is not exactly ideal. Yeah, maybe you can't. Maybe you can't, and maybe that's just the everything we need to know about this situation, and maybe that's just where this kind of gets closed out, in all honesty. A few more Marines in the tank still coming about as well. You're going to see the Stalkers just blinking down. We get rid of the tanks, we get rid of the Viking again. The army is going to show its value. These Stalkers can trade well. Playing up 2 tanks there is amazing too. Like, that really does, again, if anything, keep you in this. So you're keeping yourself alive and kicking. MilkyCow going to fall back with these units, but guess what? Stalkers are going to chase, and there's going to be another free tank, another few free Marines. And Mana is finding enough value to, like I say, stay in this. What's funny is we're actually in a position where Mana with 14 probes, like, this main's mined out, so he actually doesn't need more workers if we never move away from one base. And we are currently playing a 1 base versus 1 base game, still at nearly 11 minutes into this. Stalkers pull over. Just going to see the Raven going to get intercepted too, so there's one more unit that will never make it home. There's one more unit that will not be able to join in. Damn, this is genuinely getting a little wild. Stalkers will step through. Just going to be seeing the obs. Going to give a bit more vision there. As you see, the tank is quite far back. Move up. People are going to take a few hits as well. A few more shots coming around. So continue to move through just for the moment. Again, the Marines and the tank coming about. Nexus coming over. Stalkers will shoot. Some damage be done. Marines and the tank continuing by. Bombs will be there. Keeping an eye on a couple things. Combat shields on the way up, so going to have an idea of where things are going to. Trying to get teched up here as the Terran. I mean, I think the best thing you could do here, honestly, as MilkyCow was kind of step back and just stay at home. He would not have lost so many of these units if he wasn't in straggles across the map, given the Blink Stalkers opportunities to play to play cleanup. So now you sit back at home instead, and we play defense, and that's why I think Mana does maybe fall into a bit of a struggle to kind of keep on getting value, but then Mana takes advantage of that by taking the Nexus, so... Tank shot coming in, a bunch of the Stalkers taking hits, Marines and the tank coming back over. Orbital Command wants to land down here, Missile Turret will drop into place as well. Again, Combat Shield and Missile Turret coming through, Battery in the probes, building also. Medevac still boosting up in the sky. That's what the Observer. My issue here is obviously going to be that this is just Mana in a position where he just doesn't really have anything to really add to this right now. Like, we don't really have much going on. Like Mana's army's not getting better still. It's still just Stalkers. So, like, I like the fact he's going to expand. This is just the main base relocated from MilkyCow. So he now has essentially fresh mining. And I'm going to expand the game, but, like, we got to do something tech-wise. Okay, Robobay comes down, but... could be an issue. Even still. Marines in the attack upgrade continue to build. Just going to have the Robobay and the Nexus building up as well. A couple extra probes being added on. Get this on the go. The right side, a Marine going to come stimming about over there, moving around a little bit, seeing what's up. We'll see that Nexus. I mean, surely that's got to be a sign that we should go. What are we waiting for here? One more Medevac and +1, sure, but maybe we start moving now and we have +1 soon enough. And you've got 3 siege tanks, so honestly, right now, your strength is in the Marines anyway. Like, the Marine firepower is really the thing here that is looking the best among all things right now. Some tanks gathered together. Just going to see the Colossus and the Thermal Lance coming through and online as well. Stalkers just gather. A few other units just going to join together as well. Just figuring out what we can do for these next couple moments. Tank will step over. The Stalker's going to relocate a little bit. We are going to be seeing this army going to stem. Like this little split. Stalker's not going to have a lot of places to run to or blink to right there, so that's not going to be fun for them. Mana has 1 Colossus warping in a bunch more sentries to try and help save the day here. Force fields will be essential to this defense, you would imagine. Marine tank pulling back over the sides. Just going to be seeing the army getting over to the right there. And the medevac and a few Marines coming up as well. So continue to just bring that straight into play. Marine tank heading straight to that right side, like we say, and just the Stork's going to be there to play a bit of cleanup. A couple of units starting to go down. Extended thermal lance just now finishing. His army supply is still not great. I mean, I love the hallucination of a Colossus. It's just one base, so there's not endless scans right now, and so a hallucination could actually be a good fake out. Stork is pulling through to get the medevac, but the few Marines I actually thought would keep chasing. 4 tanks. I think we're just completely unsure about the ability to kind of keep these units alive against the Colossus, and I don't think we have enough belief in the tanks alone to kind of get the job done. Gonna drop the tanks to the low ground. We're gonna lose a medevac. These Stalkers, I mean, that's some pretty fun micro from MilkyCow. These siege tanks are going to clean up all of the Stalkers there. New Stalkers blink in. We will only just now start to lose tanks, unfortunately, at the end. What was actually a really cool play gets punished because this army the rest of the army shows up. I mean, Mana lost a lot, but in the end, MilkyCow lost all of his siege tanks, and surely that is not going to be a good ending or a happy ending, to say the least. Well, Guardian Shield popping up as well. That's going to be a factor here for the next few moments. My goodness. What the heckly doodles just happened here? That was kind of wild. That was honestly such a fun play initially as well from MilkyCow, and if he just got away with the tanks, that would have been so fun. But yeah, then he kind of turned into a bad play. Man, MilkyCow's going to end up losing this game. I'm impressed. Mana really... Honestly, MilkyCow lost this when he just lost so many units consistently to those Stalkers. There were so many moments when he just didn't need to lose what he lost. And obviously, he ended up losing it. So, just so many tanks went down. The Stalkers found so much value and kept you in the game as Mana. And then Mana making the right decision to just go expand from there. And just get himself up while his opponent was much slower in terms of doing anything else. Marine tank Viking still stepping through the Colossus, just gonna go and push forward. And realize that that's gonna be GG's. So there you go. Mana is gonna end up taking the opening game of this series. It's a 1-0 lead for our good old Mana. Takes the 1-0 advantage, yeah. We'll go into game 2 then in a second or so, guys. Let's roll on and get this going once more. Second map is going to be Old Republic. Alrighty. I got some ads playing, so it'll be a moment or two before we jump in, but we'll be in soon. And kick this off. Got everyone invited as well. We'll take a moment or so. MilkyCow played like Lamb for a second there. Yeah, for a second he did. Yo, what's up, Master Tob? How are you doing? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you so much indeed. Master Tob. We all know Tob's the best raid. Alright guys, let's do this. Let's jump into our next one. Thanks to Gaston. Thanks so much for watching and priming, mate. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Let's jump into Old Republic. As we kick into game number 2. Down a game in the top right side will be our blue Terran. It is going to be MilkyCow, and he takes on the red Protoss in the bottom left. Team Liquids and Mana. Hey, what's up, Protoss133? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. And for our StarCraft reference, I will state that obviously Protoss is the most imba race. Just, you know, if I make a RuneScape reference, gotta make a StarCraft reference on the StarCraft name in chat, right? Okay, in the barracks coming up, Mana is scouting nearby with this probe, trying to ensure that there's no kind of hidden play coming up that he's not going to be aware of. Just trying to ensure that he knows, again, a good amount of what's going on around the map early. Not going to be caught off guard or anything, in the early moments at least, is pretty much what he's telling us. Probe checks through. Again, Reaper's still building. Gets set up for a couple moments. Orbital building by. Cyber, Core, and the Nexus coming online as well. So we continue to get that up and running right here. Get that underway. Again, Command Center, Orbital, Reaper coming through for the moment. Get that settled into play for now. Get this started. On our probe for a couple seconds as we get established. Reaper shows up. It's going to jump in. It's going to jump down. A little grenade or so to get us started as well. Try and make a little bit of something happen here. Just for now. Get that on the go. And yeah, factory is building up. The barracks is on the way as well. So we bring a lot of that through. Just right off the bat. Reaper is going to keep on moving here for a couple seconds. Again, Stargate building up for mana. Bring that through as well. Get that started. Gate, probe, Stargate all gathering for now. So again, a lot of that coming into play. Got a lot of that rolling. This set up. It pulls back. Starport, Barracks, and Company continuing through. Hellion and the Marines building up as well. We just have the Reaper and the Hellion, then we'll poke at the front for now. That's pretty much the most exciting thing going on. And try and run through this Stalker, and we'll try and dive to see if we can get a little bit of damage done. First couple of probes begin to take a few shots, and probes will pull in. The Reaper and the Hellion together will continue after said probes. And we'll get about 3 of them just for the moment there. Not bad, as we do have our Medevac Marine and the SCVs continue to come through. Phoenix and the Warp Gate continue to come about as well, so continue to get that going. In 3 works, pretty reasonable. Again, there's the Hellion. Coming down the bottom of the map, ready to potentially again threaten a run by. Let's see if this Oracle from Mana can do much. Obviously, Stargate opening not super common in the matchup. We're going to go Oracle into now some Phoenix play, so... And then a Robo Facility too, so... Let's see what it goes for Mana. I mean, Phoenix Colossus may be on the table. SCVs go down. Quite a bit of mining time lost as well. Oracle's still active, so we can go for some SCVs on the low ground here. We'll get 1 more to make it 4 kills. Despite the Cyclone, MilkyCow can't get a lock-on to truly chase this Oracle away, so... Well, he can chase it away, but he can't get a lock-on to punish the Oracle or anything like that, so... It's okay, but it's not super crazy. Get ourselves back on track. Stem Cyclone and the Marines all coming through, so we bring all of that up and online. Just having ourselves the Starport pulling over to the right. Gonna get ready to throw down the reactor. The Marines load up into the Medevac. They're gonna get going immediately as well. A few Marines just move about again. Phoenix on the way. Robobase starting up. Just having all of that continuing through for the moment. So again, we got a lot of this settled in. It's actually going to pick off a couple units out in the middle of the map as well. So we get a little bit of value over in that direction. And yeah, Phoenix being annoying, especially as this Medevac just wants to get across the map and deal some damage. So trying heavily to achieve that for the next few moments. We'll see if it's going to be a success or not. Let's and drops around, could maybe pressure the third, but I think really you want to hit a mineral line if you're marine heavy and just 8 marines early, not even stim available. now the Phoenix are just going to show up and they're going to clean out that medevac. So the medevac goes down, and you see Phoenix lifting up a couple more of these Marines. A little bit more going down right here. Is this going to be a cleanup? These Phoenix are going to get rid of absolutely everything for the moment. So it's going to be a pretty solid cleanup at that as well. And we just pull back out of there. This Phoenix going to get back to the center. Marine's going to be getting chased again. Got the rest of this army coming over. These few Marines, though, are in trouble. They're not going to be able to do much good at all. So, yeah, they're going to be in a lot of trouble, frankly. And now Mana might just go across the map. Loses the Oracle, but otherwise is looking to be in a pretty respectable position here. Over to the upper right-hand side, and I mean, yeah, we have an army which is obviously pretty decent. Going to jump onto this bunker at the front. Not going to be able to repair that up. We're going to just stim forward with the Marines. The Colossus didn't pull back quickly. I mean, we're going to keep focusing on the Colossus, but as the splash damage dies, it's an issue. The Phoenix are not exactly doing much to help. Maybe they could have lifted a couple of Marines up and taken them out of the equation. Might have actually been a nice trade or a nice idea. Mana ends up losing a fair bit. The few Marines will still continue to be there, continue to put that pressure out for a couple more moments. Marine Marauder coming up at the same time. Just going to be seeing that combat shield halfway done already. Continue to bring that through for the moment as well. Yeah, extended thermal lance coming about. The rest of these Phoenix coming over to the front, so they're going to keep moving across. I mean, they're going to try and keep control of this game a little bit and keep an eye on things. As I don't think that exactly went the way you wanted it to for Mana. If that Colossus was a bit further back, I don't think you can ever really make that initial dive in. It was just the Colossus was right there, up in the front line. And that is the issue of no Colossus range, right? So a little bit of a problem there. Now we see this Nexus setting up. Pylon going to come through as well. And get that straight underway, get that started. This all kicked off for a moment or two. Bio gathering. Bio gathers. Tank's just going to be there as well, pulling back around. Just seeing this push from MilkyCow through the center. Has a +1 upgrade, has a lot of what he needs right now for a successful bio army. See what the tanks can do. This is actually a world where these tanks could end up in a lot of trouble very quickly. So, Bio going to keep pushing through. The couple of tanks are going to be there, getting involved. We are going to see one Colossus going down now. Those few Stalkers going down as well. Trouble definitely abound right now. Just going to keep on pushing through. 7 workers dropping. Mana supply in some trouble. One Colossus is not going to save you. GG gets called, and MilkyCow will take game number 2 of this best of 5. And we are tied up in the lower bracket. MilkyCow with some fire back onto Mana here in this series. Going to go 10,000 feet for our next game, and we'll set this up in a second. So we'll kick this off, get this started. Just trying to remember who I need to invite. My brain is just lagging today, I swear down. Get this invite going, and we'll kick this off in a moment, guys. 10,000 feet. Gonna be our map. The game 3 is, like I say, it's all tied up, and we're ready to go, go, go. Alright, alright, alright. Really had this game before that push. Yeah, I think Mana was in a good position. He pushed in a bit too aggressively, and honestly, like, I even think, like, it wasn't even a bad move to be over there. He maybe just didn't expect MilkyCow to stim out into him, but then, in a way, what do you expect? Well, MilkyCow has nothing else to lose because you're pressuring the front, break down the bunker, and trying to bully him. What has he got to lose than to just run into you? Well, I guess maybe if you wait a little bit and then you go, maybe it's a bit better. But yeah, MilkyCow just went for it, got the Colossus, killed everything, and from there actually had the follow-up to get through and see the success, so there we go. Glacieri's pulling back over and get set up here. And as we get ourselves into game 3 of this best of 5. Proby coming across over the right side. And scouting once again, just nearby, trying to make sure there's no proxy racks or anything like that. So Mana, really feeling like that's something that MilkyCow might try and get towards. As a little bit of a cheeky play or so. It's just trying to deal with that initially and just cut it off before it even begins. You know, stop it before it starts. Is absolutely the idea there. probe to the bottom. Gonna come and start nibbling as it finally gets across the map all the way. MilkyCow playing a bit greedy and no scout at all from him. As that probe just trying to nibble that SCV to cause some trouble. Get something done in the next couple of moments. Barracks actually halts for a second as SCVs swap jobs to try and keep themselves as safe as possible against the big nasty probe that's bullying and tasing them down. It's just trying to ensure that nothing bad comes of that. And making sure that they can push this probe away. As it regens its shields, it can turn around and still scout for a bit longer. It is going to be a Marine before we see a Reaper. So, Marine first. Out of MilkyCow. That command center finishes, and I mean, it will eventually finish, taking a bit longer than we wanted to. This is a big slowdown on the CC first that's just come up. So, command center first finally is going to finish, and MilkyCow's economic opening did get slowed a bit. That pesky probe was actually a little bit of trouble. Adept now getting rid of the SCV, and as it comes across the map, having nibbled some of the SCVs low, does create an opportunity for the Adepts if MilkyCow doesn't pull them away from the low ground. In this case, it does look as though he's doing that, so that shouldn't be an issue overall. It's looking as though we're going to be alright. Concussive shells from MilkyCow, so a little bit of a fun follow-up here, and the Adepts will see this because we obviously get to go up this ramp with the shade, and so he sees the tech lab researching. That is every single time going to be concussive shells. You never see this being something different there, plain and simple, to be honest, so not really expecting anything else out of that, and hence on we go pretty comfortably for the moment. Actually going to swap over toward the tech lab. Just going to be seeing these couple of Adepts are going to move back over as well for a few moments. I mean, the Adepts just join up together, and we'll see if three of them at once can maybe make an impact pushing through. Look to try and get some damage done as they shade into this natural. There's a Hellion, a Marauder, and a Marine. I mean, the Adepts will not die quickly here. They don't really kill this army either. So, I mean, they can kill the Hellion if it sticks around long enough, but obviously it can be pulled back, which is exactly what MilkyCow does. I guess Mana just takes the fact that he's going to deny low ground mining for a few moments. He did get a couple of SCVs. At the end of the day, this was free, right? So any sort of damage, even if it's just a delay of mining, is going to be a win. You've got these Adepts already, and they're able to get a little bit of value out of this. Again, charge coming up, Prism Zealots coming through, the gate's still building, the probe's on the way by. The Adepts just decide to go home, and MilkyCow's follow-up is going to be a Cyclone. So we've got a Marauder with concussive shells. Oh, he doesn't get concussive shells in the end, he cancels. So he's just got one Marauder, goes into the Cyclones, so he'll have two Cyclones. Starport already has a medevac out on the map, just waiting in the main base currently. And then there's going to be a Liberator to follow up as well right now. Fun little situation. I mean, at the same time, you obviously see Mana with the Prism, and he's going to have 3 Zealots and a Sentry, so maybe you're looking for the Zealots in the mineral line and a Force Field to lock the SCVs into said mineral line. If you can do that, those Zealots can obviously wreak havoc, as the Adepts are going to try and keep the attention at the front. Your Zealot's going to be there to keep the attention in the front as well. As the Zealots come through, going to warp a couple more Zealots in, and away we are going to go. Force Field's just going to be for the ramp. I thought it was going to be something funky like just harassing the mineral line, but he actually just hits the ramp with the Force Field and keeps units away. Have a medevac can obviously bring units into the main base somewhat effectively, but yeah, I mean, 12 SCVs go down. MilkyCow was not exactly fast to pull the SCVs from the high ground away from those Zealots, and I mean, now we're going to pop Guardian Shield and apparently keep this going for a little bit. A few more Stalkers warping in. The Liberator repositions, but that's going to give the Stalkers and the Sentry the chance to kill it off. So there goes the Liberator. Force Field still in place, and this just block of the main from Mana is going to do wonders. He's going to get the reactor initially on the barracks. Now he's going to get the tech lab building stim, so that's denied. And Mana can elevate to the low ground to evacuate some units here as well. He's going to leave the Zealots for now. He could save them, but I mean, the Prism can absolutely pick those up and pull away. What a fantastic job by Mana. He gets so much value out of this. Absolutely incredible here for our Protoss player who, yeah, puts himself into an absolutely killer position right now. Love that for him. Don't love that, obviously, for MilkyCow. And if you're a MilkyCow fan right now, look away, because I don't know if the next few moments of this game are going to end up being any prettier for him. He's in a rough spot and has to try and figure out now what his bounce back mechanism is going to be here in this game. Sentry 3 Stalkers, the Immortal and the Zealots come back over. Just going to reposition ourselves here for a couple seconds, and Mana will just go back to building up. He's going to get Blink on the follow-up now, so obviously opened with the charge and used that aggressively to a lot of success. Now looking to go the next step along from here as the Stalkers around the left-hand side. Medevac up the left-hand side is going to come moving through as well, and these just go directly into the main base currently. Marines dropping off, a couple of Zealots taking some damage. Medevac goes down as Mana just... yeah. Mana's just in control of the game. I mean, sometimes you just gotta say it how it is, and realistically right here, Mana is absolutely dominating this game 3, looking to try and establish the 2-1 lead in this lower bracket matchup. Sudden Thermal Lands coming through, that Blink is still ticking along. Stim packing +1, building on the side of MilkyCow. So, Stim packing +1 coming through. I'm just gonna see the Viking there is gonna chase the Prism away. Prism will just warp in Stalkers, which apparently is going to be enough to defend this Prism from the Vikings. So, yeah, Prism gets to stay alive on the map, and we're just going to bring everything else across the map now anyway. Colossus 2. Obviously, Mana lost the previous game to being a bit too aggressive, arguably, but I think this one, it's hard to go wrong in. He's got a lot of supply. This army of MilkyCow, okay, it's going to have Stim now at least. You know, that's going to finish up, but obviously we're well off of the combat shield. Hallucinate 1 Colossus 2 can take some of the damage. Just dive straight in for this bunker. Mana not going to pay any respect to this army. The tank does not last long. The Cyclone's not going to do anything. MilkyCow will be saying GG. He knows this one is done and dusted. He's not going to mess us around. He's not going to mess Mana around. And we will go to game 4 of this series with Mana at the lead. 2-1 in his favor. And heading into that 4th game in a couple of moments. Do this. We're going to go into White Rabbit. Let's click watch. Let's kick this off. Alright. White Rabbit coming through. Let's get this one started, guys. As we go into game 4 of this series, it is going to be last chance here for our blue Terran player in the top right corner of the map. This is going to be Mr. MilkyCow. Taking on the blue, the red Protoss. In the bottom side, we've got ourselves Mana. Okay, we're coming up. We take a couple seconds. Probe coming through as well, so just getting that underway for now. A little bit of Chrono Boost and a proxy that just got spotted, by the way, so it's not exactly going to be doing you any favors over here, is it? Oh, pain. Do not love to see that, as a couple of probes will pull in, and I mean, this proxy just going to get kind of denied, no? I mean, 3 probes pull across because you see it early enough. The thing is, Mana has scouted for this every single game. And this is the sort of thing that sometimes it's nice to check the replay for, but you don't usually go right back to the start of the game. So Mana has been doing this every single game, and this time it pays off for him as he realizes the proxy is coming. He completely denies it. He will leave 1 probe going across the map. The others will come back home. We do send another SCV across, and we build the 2nd barracks back at home, so a little bit of trickery from MilkyCow as he basically says, okay, I will finish this barracks. I will not cancel it. At this point, Mana's probably just like, okay, whatever. If you want to finish it. It's still extremely delayed. So even if you have the proxied units, it's not going to be anywhere near as scary as the proxied unit would typically be, because the proxied unit usually would be, you know, well on the way out by now, if not already in your base. So maybe not quite in your base already, but close to it, you know, much closer than this was. Just going to finish it, lift it, take it home. There is still a barracks across the map that the probe there spotted as well. That's good information from Mana 2, so he just knows there is now 2 barracks in the game. Oh, no, this barracks is taking a weird turn. Mana's going to realize that he wants to land it. Like, there's no way you're not wanting to land it here. Otherwise, why would it be turning this way? Everything MilkyCow wants to try and do right now is just falling completely apart before it even begins. Mana, just again, the scouting, absolutely spot on, putting himself in a great position. And he's going to be in a killer spot at the moment here in Game 4 of this best of 5. Not what you want to see with MilkyCow when your tournament life is on the line. You're a map away from elimination, and now you have basically no benefit from your early game build. Back at home, the Barracks just builds a reactor after one Marine. The factory about to finish. Now he built a command center, so your CC is super late as the Nexus finishes for Mana as well. Definitely not ideal. In fact, pretty much anything but ideal, to be honest. Still gonna shoot. SCVs take some damage. Marine's still building through. Council will finish. Wolfgate on the way. And we just have our Blink coming up as well. The Stalker coming over. A couple of SCVs gonna get nibbled at. When Marine goes down and this reactor will take some more damage. SCV is going to pull across again. 2 workers already going down. Just going to be seeing that reactor taking some shots. Damage being done. Reactor coming through. One more SCV. 2 more SCVs going down already. And just going to have Cyclone locking on. That reactor is about to complete. In terms of, when I say complete, it's about to be killed, sorry, is what I mean. It's about to complete its lack of HP in order to die. The Stalker's playing aggressively forward to try and get the Cyclone. We don't get it, so that's a misplay from Mana. Felt like he could get it, gave up 2 Stalkers for it, and he does lose those. And at least the Cyclone is low enough, we're not going to chase forward again, but pretty much is going to be the end of that one. And Robo Facility, a few more gateways coming over right now. The Blink coming up and on the line here from Mana as well. That up and into play. Command center building, starport on the way through. The Marines and the siege tank just going to gather up on the high ground as we do have ourselves in the starport building. So MilkyCow's future starts to be determined basically right now. We start to figure out what this is going to look like and how this is potentially going to go. Obviously still hard to love it for him. I mean, Mana is up 8 workers already, just gotten Blink completed, extra gates coming online. The only thing that we didn't love for Mana was he really did give up a couple Stalkers that just didn't need to die, and they didn't get enough value to justify that cost, so that part of that was a little unfortunate / sad, but overall still, I mean, we're still in a pretty comfortable position. And now we lose another Stalker. We're going to start a fight against the rest of these units, trying to, again, play with the safety that the Blink Stalkers give you, knowing you can kind of step forward into those units a lot of the time and just be okay. And now we're warping in 4 Stalkers at a time with the Nexus coming up behind this as well, so we'll continue to get that going too over the next few moments as the Stalkers step across to the top. Get ready for a little bit of a blink in toward this main base. Tech Lab take a couple shots of damage. Taking a few shots there already. The barracks going to go over and drop down into a Tech Lab instead. It's just going to move that into position as well. Rest of these Stalkers relocate for a couple seconds as well, so again, they're just going to move around. Prism loads up, and just going to take us in toward the main base again. One's out, now the Stalkers blink up after this as well. They're going to get through, looking for some extra shots off here. We're going to be seeing the SCVs pulled already to kind of defend. Didn't do too much, but still kind of helped hold this off. 4 more Stalkers warping in. Mana with the lead on the supply overall. I mean, some of that really is just the work count, but I mean, you can just see the numbers he's with here, just able to kind of apply pressure and keeping MilkyCow very much so pinned back. He's on the 3 base behind this. He's going to start charge. He's going to start improving his army composition. Mana gets into a better and better place here currently, and we'll see if that develops, or how that develops exactly in the next few moments. Vikings are going to zone the Prism. Vikings will kill the Prism, so... Oh no! The Prism didn't die! I thought it was going to go down. We actually lost the Vikings to the Stalkers on the left side there, so Prism lives even, so we can evacuate these Stalkers out, even when things start to look rough. Man. Can we give him a break? Can we give, like, MilkyCow one break a little bit in this game? And this has really been the game of disaster, you know? This has not been fun for MilkyCow in any way, shape, or form. He's having a miserable time in this game number 4. I hate to say it, but like he really is just ended up in a really miserable position. Tough to get back on track from here. Yeah, he's in a really rough spot for now, for sure. I mean, credit, if he can bring it back from this point, that's amazing, because, like, it's just such a bad place. You're going to start a 3rd CC. It's not going to be in position for, what, another minute and a half, 2 minutes? By the time you get your 3rd CC on location, you're going to have Charge, you're going to have Storm, we're going to be having Gateways. Mana will start Double Forge. One thing he doesn't have is the attack and armor upgrades, so he will trail a little bit there. That's maybe one thing we can point out from MilkyCow. You know what doesn't care about an attack upgrade of the Terran? High Templars. You know, Storm doesn't care, right? So, and honestly, the sheer volume of units that Mana's going to produce probably also don't care what the upgrades of the opponent are. It's going to be like one attack upgrade lead. If it was like one, maybe if it was like 2-1 or something a lead, I'd maybe believe a bit more for MilkyCow. I think it kind of somewhat depends what sort of fights Mana takes as well, but for me, realistically, this game is just not looking pretty. How many more series after this one? One more. We've got a ZVZ best of 5 after this, and then we will be done for today. Fire stepping through, little scan coming down. Just going to set up there for a moment or so, as we have. Fire coming about at 1 upgrades. Will be on the way through. Nexus and the Zealots will build. Scan in position. More Zealots warping in over to the right. Command Center ready to drop down onto the 3rd base here. Well, Marine going to step straight through. The Zealots are going to start charging forward. A couple SCVs go down. We're going to have High Templars dropping onto this army. And we are going to have the Zealots at the very least able to jump onto the majority of the siege tanks there. So that's going to be a big part of this. And that is going to be GG getting called straight away. That's all we need for Mana to take game number 4 and the series. And that's going to do it for that one, as Mana will take the dub. And he will be now into the next round. Mana's next opponent is already determined. It's going to be Rebellion. I actually like this section of the bracket for Mana. I think he'll do okay here. I think he's got a couple matches where he has a good shot at kind of making some progress on the bracket, to be honest. So I think that'll be kind of cool for him. And it'll be fun to see his progress, and that will continue later on. Alright guys, for us, we're going to take a couple moments. We're going to throw the Ladder Legends promo up. When we return, there's going to be one last series of days. Some ZVZ coming up between GG Machine and Mixu. So we'll go into that momentarily. I'll just run these ads, and I'm just going to step away for 1 second, and we'll be right back.
StarCraft is a freaking hard game. When you look at where you are and then where the very best are, improving can start to feel like an impossible task. But it doesn't have to be this hard. Enter Ladder Legends. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy aimed at helping you understand, enjoy, and improve at StarCraft. More than that though, Ladder Legends is a community where StarCraft gamers can get together, make new friends, and dive deeper into the game with them. With incredible coaches and talent like Groovy, Mixu, Gamer Richie, and Tempo, you know something special is happening here. The folks over at Ladder Legends have big plans too, and aim to expand their services into other games. Potential titles include Apex Legends, Valorant, Heroes of the Storm, League of Legends, and more. Join their Discord to let them know what you want to see out of them. And if you only care about StarCraft, join their lively and active Discord anyway. They've also recently launched a fabulous website for their academy, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, the ability to book one-on-one coaching, and more. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen. Once again, thank you to Ladder Legends for the support. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy specializing in StarCraft for the moment, which has helped people who have been hard stuck break through that ceiling and hit ranks like Masters and even Grandmasters in as short as a month. Be sure to check out their fantastic new website, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, and the ability to book one-on-one coaching. Gain access to all of that and more by subscribing to Ladder Legends for as little as £14.99 British pounds a month. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen.
Welcome back, guys. As we get into our final match of the day, thank you, Ledger Legends, for supporting the OSC Championship. We get into Tourmaline to round out today's OSC Championship games. Again, I'm going to be off tomorrow, guys, but we'll be back on Saturday and Sunday with some WardiTV Winter Cup action, as well as some Chinese Rongi. I can't remember what the name is. Rongi or Rongi Cup action as well. So lots going on over the weekend, but tomorrow will be a day off for me. So just a little heads up there. Let's enjoy the last match of the day. As we have in the top right-hand side, the blue Zerg player. This is going to be Mr. Mixu. Against the red Zerg, bottom left side, it's going to be GG Machine. Game 1 of our best of 5. Kick off into this series. We get this ready to go. Alright, some Zerg versus Zerg. This is again another lower bracket first round matchup. Loser is out and eliminated. The winner moves through just like Mana did. The winner of this moves through to play against Nicaract. So actually a pretty interesting little match after this. Some ZVT versus Nicaract. I'd say both these players are underdogs versus Nicaract, but I think they could both win as well. I mean, honestly, Mixu surprises me sometimes when he's not been playing for a while. He comes back, he looks good, so I think there's some fun possibility. Kind of lying in wait there a little bit as we get ourselves this Overlord just moving to the upper right-hand side. We'll follow that along for a moment or so here as we settle up and wait to see what we're going to do, how things are going to go, what our story is going to be, and everything else. Overlord's moving about. Just going to be seeing the little Overlord high five here. Good job, buddy. You are blue Overlord, I'm a red Overlord, and we support each other. Something like that. I mean, we've never seen an Overlord kill another Overlord, right? So I think Overlords are very clearly friends. Oh my god. GG Machine trying to create so much firepower in this one single spot. He's trying to drill through the front of Mixu's natural with sheer amounts of click. He just realized it wasn't going to work. Cool strategy, breaking your opponent's natural through the sheer power of clicking. But, yeah, not really long-term sustenance available there. And that's going to, unfortunately, flop. I say flop, not that I was really actually going to ever do anything, but, yeah. Alright, where are we going from here, then? So, we got a couple of lings heading down to the bottom right side, so they're just going to move through. Chain Nest coming up, the ling speed coming in on both sides, so all of that coming through for the moment, at least. Just going to get the few Zerglings still on the way. Yeah, ling speed coming up, Overlord's coming by. A little bit of setting up here for the moment, as we just have the Overlord's moving through as well, trying to figure out what else they can do. It's Chain Nest on the way. I mean, it's ZVZ. We're expecting a little bit of Ling Bane. I mean, at some point in this series, we maybe see some games which are not Ling Bane focused, but for now, Ling Bane is going to be the port of call, so that is what we are going to head in for. Let's see if anyone's going to take on the aggressive kind of approach in this, or not. See the Ling moving through. I'm just going to step over there for a couple moments, get that in position. And the Rotron building up. Just going to be seeing the Hatcher coming by, the drones and the Queen coming up as well, so a lot of that coming in. Right off the bat, a couple of Lings and Queens going to be there as well. Turn those units back the other way. And yeah, Rotron's coming up, Evo Chambers, all those drones, the Overlord and the Queen. Extractors in play. So let's see a few Zerglings still moving around a little bit as well. Kind of passive, honestly, for the ZVZ. Like, I'm ready for the knife fight in the phone booth sort of matchup, and we're actually getting the 4.5 minutes, and we've killed 1 Ling each, or 2 Lings on one side, 1 on the other. Like, I'm ready for aggression and murder and Zerg on Zerg violence, and the reality is we're getting a whole lot of nothing right now. So Yeah, both players are going to throw a lair down. Faster lair from Machine and a faster +1 missile upgrade as well. So I think GG Machine just kind of moving through to the next phase a little bit more quickly. There's a few drones ahead as well. I think there's a lot of drones on the way from Mixu, so that will help to even things out a bit. Like I say, obviously that doesn't really make up for his tech being delayed in comparison though. It does feel like GG Machine just gets away with a little bit of an advantage there for the moment. Aliens coming by, and the lair coming up, missile upgrade coming through, Overlord speed and the Roach speed on the way. I mean, Overlord speed very nice for ZVZ, while it can of course maybe mean drop lords. It can also just mean, you know, Overlords have the ability to pull back in case of Mutalisks, and they can spread out, and they can move more quickly in general, and just kind of keep vision going for a long time, so there's a lot of possibility there. So yeah, we'll see what we do, and we see Overlord speed from Mixu as well. It's just something that's very natural to get into at this sort of point. As you do see the 4th hatchery from GG Machine coming up, so he goes straight towards that 4th base. The early stages of the Zerg on Zerg game are not going to be super crazy. We see a few roaches going to regather together over on that right-hand side a couple moments. The Overseer going to boost through. Of course, Overseers are like freaking zoomy. They could win Formula 1 championship if if they tried, as the Overseer flies through. To that bottom side again, the couple drop lords coming up. Hydra Den is already building as well, so we get that on the way. And yeah, 13 additional roaches coming across. Roach gathering, settle for the moment. And then well on the way for now. +1 missiles and carapace coming through. But yeah, all the advantages kind of lie in GG Machine's favor in terms of the upgrade timings. However, actually do have some dropper lords here. You're going to load up Banes. Let's see if Mixu realizes that. There's so many overlords moving around. This is one of the cool things. You move these overlords around on patrol, and then when you actually send a drop lord across the map, it's much more difficult to notice that there's actually a drop lord moving through, because you just already see overlords moving all the time on the minimap, right? So noticing that can be a little bit tougher, so you're kind of hiding in plain sight. But yeah, the one thing that Mixu did do was go into the Hydra Den already, so he actually uses that ladder to go straight into the Hydra Den. This is why you move these overlords around as well. The patrol makes it a little bit tougher to actually corrosive bile down these overlords as well. I mean, Mixu gets one bile off on his own overlord there, so there's that attempt, as we do see the Baneling drop going to threaten. And multiple queens are going to force this to basically just say, nope, not happening. And that's going to be a denial pretty darn quickly, so that's not going to get anywhere. And that's a good defense against the Bane drop, because you don't want that to obviously hit your mineral lines, and that can absolutely be one thing that goes quite nicely for the opponent. At the same time, the Roach drop actually does strike and gets a few drones. At the same time, on the other side of the map, we get 10 workers, some Banelings show up, and they're going to succeed in dealing some damage. So that part is going to be the most successful. Now we have armies kind of clashing in the center. These Hydras are interesting. The Hydras are such an investment for Mixu. Hydra Den, Hydra upgrades. For what, right? To basically fill a very similar role to the Ravager, which is a higher DPS kind of, you know, fragile unit. I mean, maybe you were afraid a little bit of the possibility of kind of, you know, having the Hydras obviously as good anti-air, but in road battles, it's just really necessary. And it's just investments that are going to kind of put you behind in terms of numbers. And that gives you moments like this where GG Machine looks very good taking this battle. This fight continues through. +2 missiles coming up from both sides of the map. A couple more Ravager bars going to drop down. The Roach Ravager has to back away already as well. So we're just going to fall away from that for the moment. Getting out of here for now. And +2 missiles. Muscular Augments coming up. We do see the rest of these Roaches going to loop back around for a few moments. Hydra's going to shoot. The drop load goes down. Again, the rest of the Ravagers and so coming about as well. So just seeing the rest of this all continuing through just for the moment here. Another couple of Corrosive Biles, and that Overlord goes down as well. Just going to get that picked off. Ravager pulls back up towards the top side. Just going to see another Ravager also morphing in during this. It's going to be more fighting. Supplies are still pretty even. A couple of Corrosive Biles towards the center of that army of Mixu initially. Just going to try and keep this zone backward as best we can. More bars. The Overlord has to speed away to the upper left-hand side, so it's just going to pull out of there a couple moments as well. And GG Machine still, to me, looks like he has a larger army here. A lot of Roaches in the natural from Mixu, but that doesn't exactly help you in this fight right away. These Roaches are going to join up now, but obviously that's taken a little while, so it takes longer than you'd like it to. A few Corrosive Biles trying to threaten, not doing too much just yet. Both players taking big kind of losses in the supply, and it's going to stay relatively even. They both drop into the 130s, of course. In the end, reinforcements of GG Machine just will not be getting here soon enough to really join the fray and to really help turn the tide of battle. So they're not going to be around to do much, and that's pretty much just going to be GG Machine push back. He actually does take a supply deficit following this, so Mixu with a good defense. And now Mixu going to turn this into offense. Well, now we'll see if Mixu has enough to really go across the map and actually try and make a couple of things happen, because that honestly is not necessarily something that could happen here either. You know, this also going to be an interesting moment or so. Just going to see a couple more corrosive bars coming through. Those roaches step back and away. Roach Hydra Ravager going to get back onto the rest of this setup. See the base taking a few shots as well. And just having the Roach is going to keep on trading. GG Machine just does not have a lot to stay alive with here. Obviously lost a 4th base in this process, and in general right now is ending up in a much rougher position than he would have liked to have been in, I imagine. Again, those Roaches still gathering together. A couple corrosive vials going in toward the Roaches as well. Obviously, a couple of Hydras will pick away at Overlords too. GG Machine has to cancel units as they're spawning out. What a good swing around from Mixu. I was honestly, like I say, in my eyes, a little bit troubled in this game. Not like to the point of like, you know, game over, like, wow, what the hell is this comeback? But he was definitely on the back foot, and he was very calm about it. Like, he took his time. He waited a little bit for things to happen and to develop. And when the moment came, when he saw the chance to just kind of, you know, jump on a good fight, he was able to make the most of it, right? When the chance came around, he didn't try and, you know, force it or anything. He just let it kind of come about naturally. He knew his opponent would have to attack into him if he felt like he had the advantage and wanted to make most of it. And when that opportunity came around, he was ready to take advantage. And now, obviously having killed the 4th base, gets himself in a very solid position here for this opening game of what is our last series today. One more Ravagers start to morph in there. The Roach Hydra going to come back over. Just going to move at the front once again. A couple of 3 tumors and the Queen will start to go down in that position. Hydras and the Roach is still moving through, +2 carapace on the way up. Corrosive Val just going to clip a couple of Roaches there. Now the rest of these Roaches getting chased away as well. We're on the way, +2 carapace building, Hydra, Roach, Queen all coming up. We get the rest of the Roach Ravager in production on top of everything else right now. So Corrosive Val coming through, so we're going to aim for a little extra here, and we do see this army of our Zerg Mixu trying to make a little bit more of an approach right now, trying to step up into the front of this position. Corrosive Vials dropping straight into place. Well, shots going through. Again, that +2 carapace is coming up. Burrow is coming through. Mixu giving himself even more options as this game progresses. He's now maxed out. And GG Machine, unfortunately, in return is not. He's at 150 supply. I mean, he's just not recovering from the lack of a 4th base is what this is coming down to. The lack of a 4th is going to more or less be the killer on this one, I would say. If he had a 4th, maybe there'd be some chances, maybe there'd be some options, but without a 4th, I think you just don't build up enough at any point in time here. Mixu just needs to find the fight, figure out what direction he wants to go from. I think he honestly has enough that it doesn't matter. I think he can kind of go in any which direction he fancies, honestly. I think he can just commit in. Like, he's up 40 army supply. He's got a carapace upgrade advantage. I don't think we need to make this complicated is basically what I'm trying to say. Like, we don't need to make this something it isn't. Right? And that's pretty much exactly what's going on here, which Mixu just attacks in. He takes a position where he's able to take out the hatchery, so the hatchery goes down. And yeah, the Roach Ravager will continue to chase over for now. This is pretty much going to be everything in that regard. We just see a few more Corrosive Vials actually going to find some burrowed Hydras. That's kind of fun. Trying to use the burrow to get away a little bit. GG Machine getting some return fire, at least getting something out of all of this. But overall, obviously the situation is still pretty grim for our Red Zerg in this opening game. Tourmaline is definitely going the way of Mixu. Just, I mean, back to what we said before, just trying to, you know, set up for the right fight, or the fight he feels like is going to end this. That's pretty much where we stand right now, and so far we've not seen it. I'm sure, like I say, we're working on it. Mixu going to hit a few roaches on the left side and get rid of some drones as well. More Corrosive Vials, again, not really going to hit the power of the moving overlords. There's just 6 drones going down. We obviously have a fourth base is obviously replacing this base over here, I guess, so not really a fourth base, it's a replacement third, but it's where the fourth base originally was. I mean, like I say, the base situation is pretty dire here from GG Machine. Mixu is honestly looking very solid, and you see Roach, Hydra, Ravage are going to keep pushing up. Those Roaches and Ravage are going to keep taking damage. A few more Corrosive Valves coming through. We continue to close the distance, and Mixu is jumping on this army. Full throttle, no reason to hold back or hang away. He knows what he's got in this situation. He is taking it. Gonna get rid of the Roach on the front of the natural, and yeah, the rest of the Roach Ravage is still trying to move through as well. Another Corrosive Valve coming down into place. Hydra's Roach is still building the burrow upgrade. Started there for a second for GG Machine. I've got no idea what we're going to try and build or do with burrow right now. Feels like something you just do not need to invest into when you're currently trailing by a metric ton. Catches a couple of Roaches, but he's getting surrounded, so... Well, the benefit is he can maybe jump on half of this army. Maybe Mixu doesn't quite get the other half of the army to play catch-up and actually join the fight. We got 60 army supply down, so you would think that Mixu should be able to put an end to this. I mean, in the end, this army can just run and get away. And then the rest of the army shows up, and now surely we just collapse it on 2 sides and make this a battle that will not go any way other than in Mixu's favor to close out this game and to take game 1 of this series. Mixu gets it done in 16 minutes on Tourmaline, so got there in the end. Did take a bit of effort, to be fair, right? That was not... I actually thought this was going to be a bit of a simpler closing. I really felt like the established lead was very significant, but obviously, like we saw, just took a little bit of time. So we're going to get ready for game number 2 in a couple of moments. Going to be Old Republic for our second map, guys, so we'll get into this. Get ready to go. And I'll give it 15 seconds for some ads that are playing, especially in ZVZ, obviously. Just a matchup that can be very quick, aggressive, and all the rest, so we don't want to dive too quickly. We'll be patient. Get ready to resume soon. Do 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 do. Bow bow. Alright, let's do this. Let's jump into Old Republic here and see if Mixu can capitalize on the 1-0 lead as we enter game 2 of the best of 5. Mixu making Hydras to get rid of the map hacks. I didn't see that actually, but yeah, that is one of the benefits of the Hydras, being able to knock the overlords down, but... And it's still such an expensive thing. I mean, in this case it worked, so I will not criticize, but I said my piece with it during the game. I really do think it was one of those moments where I just don't think it does so much to help you versus just playing Roach Ravager. Mixu was kind of behind early as well because of it, I think. Anyways, new game, and in the world of ZVZ, so much potential for different things to happen here, so we'll see what will happen as we have Mixu in the upper right side. Our blue Zerg, he takes on the red Zerg in the bottom left, GG Machine. As we get up and ready to rumble. Pop, 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 pow. I don't know what these noises are that I make sometimes, I apologize. Sometimes I'm just like, man, wouldn't it be good if I made some noise right now? It's like, not necessarily. I'm already making it, you know? My brain's doing it before my other part of the brain's agreed to do it, you know? Ay, ay, ay. Just want to follow some overlords for a couple of moments here. It's hatch gas pool, so we're not seeing any immediate aggression or so. So nothing too crazy in that regard right away. The noises are great, yeah. I'm glad you like them, yeah. I mean, just like, I like to keep you guys listening, I guess. I just don't want you guys to forget I'm here while I'm taking a moment to brain chill, I guess. Yeah, fun day, guys. Obviously, a few PvPs mixed in there, but it's been entertaining. I hope you have enjoyed. It'll be our last series of the day. I'm off tomorrow, back Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We're back all next week. In fact, when's our next day off after tomorrow? I take the day off tomorrow, and then we are live every single day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 2 weeks straight, we'll cast every single day. So, the last one, I'm not sure. I have a Pokemon tournament I'm going to. I don't know whether to cast on the Friday before I go. It probably depends what the group is. If the group looks good, I'll probably cast and then drive. If it doesn't look good, I probably just drive. So, 13 or 14 days straight on Saturday starts. That ain't a good amount of StarCraft. I don't know what to tell you. Couple Lings out. Players building Ling speed. No one really getting aggressive. Lings even are not doing too much right now. Just kind of sat there chilling. So we shall also sit here and chill. A Leote roams the map. Yeah, I reckon that's the noise a Leote makes. I don't think so, but you never know. I mean, I've never met a Leote in person, so. Patch gas coming into place. That Ling speed about to finish, so it's to the point where it gets a bit more interesting because obviously Lings can kind of fight each other a bit more convincingly. As Lings get that Ling speed finished first, they make a bit of a gap in distance, and not much else will happen there. For the moment, again, Lair building through, Queen coming up. It's going to be seeing the Lingsbane's going by, but yeah, Lair coming through from Mixu, so he's going to attack a little bit here. What is GG Machine going to do? 8 more drones producing by, the Zerglings are going to run at the front. Queen's going to gather up right here as well, take a couple seconds. There's a Roach Roaring from GG Machine, so there's a little bit of an answer as to what's going to happen. Zerglings turn back, up to the top right side, so they're going to pull away. All ready for the moment. And the Lings and the Banes continuing on through. Roach Roaring and Evo Chamber building as well. The Lings get a good wrap around, a couple Lings going down. Now the Queen's going to get caught. Going to get rid of one of these very quickly. The couple Banes are going to wander over. Building up, Lings and the Roach Roaring coming through. Hopefully about to finish. Melee upgrade in production. Zerglings escaping out down to the bottom side of the map. Roach Roaring finishing, Spire on the way. Overlords will keep spreading through. Again, just got the 7 Roaches building in right now. Overlord heading across to the right side as well. So we got one player building the Spire quickly. We got the other guy who is just going to head into Roach Ravager Lingorn. Does Mixu survive? Is going to be my question mark. No, I don't think he does. He's just started melee upgrade, which means he's got no clue he's about to die. The worst kind of way to die is the way when you have no clue you're about to die, because then you're definitely about to die, right? Like, if you're about to die, but you kind of know you're about to die, sometimes you can string together a defense. I mean, what? We're going to finish the Spire and build 4 mutas? We need to cancel melee upgrade. Cancel melee, get like an extra muta or 2. That's our best chance, getting enough mutas up to realistically make a defense of this, but I mean, it ain't happening. It ain't happening. GG Machine just going to swing and hit, and there are 6 mutas on the way. I mean, I think every muta is important, though, because every muta is going to be more damage output against this, and more speed in which you clean this up. Maybe you want the melee upgrade for the future, but we're talking about a future that just doesn't exist. Of course, behind this, you can start to make preparations against mutas at home as well. This army is going to do so much damage before anything else takes place here. It's honestly not even funny, to be honest. So he gets out of there. The mutas will not exist, and that is going to be Mixu. Dropping out to give GG Machine game 2 and a 1-1 series in this best of 5 for the moment. Alright. That's where we stand. So, let's go to game 3 and head into Ruby Rock and see what we get. Ruby. You know, I've never thought about that when I saw Ruby Rock before, and now I'm going to think of it every time, I can just tell. God damn it. Gosh darn it, I've just screwed my own brain up. Damn. Awkward. Alright, everyone's in here, let's click watch. Let's get into game number 3, guys. All tied up, 1-on-1. We've had a lot of tied up games today, no? We're not. I feel like we've been to 1-on-1 a lot today. MaxPax Classic went to 1-on-1. Solar Classic went to 1-on-1. Cristiano Classic went to 1-on-1. Showtime didn't. MilkyCow Mana went to 1-on-1. 4 out of 5. Now 5 out of 6 of our series today went 1-on-1. It's actually pretty sick. Very cool. Big fan. Big fan of that. I like it when we get... The nice thing about 1-on-1 is it feels like... It doesn't feel like the series is about to end, right? You know, it feels like we're still, like, nicely involved in the series for a bit longer. I know it's silly, because obviously, like, 1-on-1 ending 3-1 is still the same length as 2-0 that ends 3-1. But the moment it goes 2-0, I don't know, I guess I'm just saying that it feels like the series could end in this game, so it feels almost shorter, whereas 1-on-1, like, it just doesn't feel as stressful right away, you know? We're just chilling. Enjoying some ZVZ, anyone could take the lead. You know, no one's about to get eliminated here. Patch gas, and I'm presuming soon a pool on the way as we start off this. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Bum bum bum. Ba ba da bum. Honestly, the StarCraft soundtrack WardiTV remix would be so good. Have you ever heard the StarCraft 2 soundtrack with Wardy vocals added? Best part is they're not even really vocals, they're just sort of like mouth noises, you know? There's mouth noises. You know, it's been a long mental day when this is the content I'm coming out with. ZVZ is this 2015? Gosh darn it, they've caught us on the rebroadcast. Someone figured it out. There are no ZVZs in 2026. Ay, ay, ay. Alright guys, we are just taking a moment or so here and figuring what we are going to do. The Ling's going to jump on some other Lings for a moment or so. Just going to see some back and forth for a couple of seconds. So yeah, we just set up, take a moment. Day nest, Lings, Ling speed, all of that going through for now. So there we go, a little bit of everything coming up and online. And we will just see the Ling and the Queen combining for a little KO as well. So some damage dealt. Ling speed from both. We've not really seen a huge amount of Ling Bane in this series yet. We maybe do one guy to maybe be aggressive with the Lings, right? Make a good chunk of them, get that Ling Bane aggression rolling, and just try to actually take a bit more of an active role early in this game. And there is Mixu. I mean, I saw him with the 6. I was like, maybe we make that 16, and he does. So we are going to see a bit of commitment here from Mixu, an attempt to be a bit more on the aggressive side of life for the moment. Baneling Nest is coming up right now, so that's going to be finishing very shortly here. So we get that completed. Couple of extra Zerglings still building by. And we do have Lings, Banes running down to the bottom as well. So away we go. A couple Lings coming through. Just going to see the Queen's going to be there. One Baneling stepping forward. The other couple of Banes coming through as well. You try and move it about. Connect on a couple of the Lings. Damage being dealt. 22 Lings producing. The other Lings coming back around. The Ling's going to get there. A couple more Banes connecting. Bane's going in after a couple of the Queens already. And the Zerglings keep on chasing. The Zerglings keep going down. Mixu not really making much progress right now. Those Banelings that try to come out get cancelled, and that's just going to be game as GG Machine goes up 2-1 in this best of 5. Well, I thought it was time to see someone be a bit more aggressive, and apparently they really took that to heart. They really took that one to heart. As we go 2-1, and yeah, Mixu just didn't find anything there with that attack, unfortunately. That was a quick closing point. All right. Well, then we are set up for game 4. I guess the comfort and knowledge of it being 1-1 does not last very long if we have a 4-minute game, you know? I guess that doesn't last very long in that situation, so... Alright, let's kick this off and let's jump into Celestial Enclave for map 4, as it is now match point, favoring GG Machine. He's going to be the red Zerg in the upper right-hand side of the map. And he will take on the blue Zerg in the bottom left corner. We've got Mixu to try and take us to a game 5. See what happens in some CVZ game 5 action. What's up, Ladder Legends? Thank you for supporting. Good to see you in the chat. Fun to have you guys around as we have this final match of the day, everybody. Again, it's going to be our last game of the day. Of course, thank you so much for watching. If it is going to turn out to be our last, I appreciate you all having been here with me. And if you really enjoyed, obviously don't forget to hit the follow button on Twitch. The like and subscribe buttons on the YouTube help out a whole bunch as well. We really appreciate it if you have a moment to do that. And yeah, thank you for your time if you do, and thank you for the support. And don't forget, like I say, I'm off tomorrow before 2 weeks straight of StarCraft 2 casting, so it's going to be the situation overall. Hatch drone coming up, Lings on the way, spawning pool. Can help to get those Lings coming out for the moment. Failing nest will start up from Mixu. And yeah, hatch and pool on the way out, just getting underway. Overboard's heading a couple of different directions for the moment. One down to the bottom, one up to the top. Overboard heading across for a little bit as well, so again, a little bit of movement around in the early stages. Zerglings and Mixu going to be heading up through the centers, just going to get moving across for a couple moments here. Failing Nest is producing the Zerglings on the way out. And a couple hatcheries in that spawning pool continue to come into play right now as well. It's just a lot of that coming in as the Zerglings are about to be here on this top side. And they're going to jump onto this base. So Mixu with the full-on aggression this game, just the early gas in the pool. The Baneling Nest as well, so this really is committed too. Like, you know it's committed when the Bane Nest is out and ready to play. And that's definitely the case right now. So aggression, the Fizzling's starting to fight. Obviously this is going to be defended by the drones for the moment, but the Banelings are now waddling forward. So now you've got to be super careful in the defense. High ground Spinecrawler coming up, correct call, because you want to absolutely try your best to ensure that nothing goes horribly wrong here, basically. And Spinecrawler will help a lot with this, considering how much Mixu is going to be committed to it. Banelings are going to start to connect. The drones are going to take some damage. And as for the knife fight in the phone booth in game number 1, it's a little bit more what I was talking about, although this is more knife fight in a shoebox. Even more enclosed because we are we are fighting right from the get-go. Those Banelings connecting. 7 drones already going down. This Baneling has a lot of potential. If it can just reach the low HP drones, it cannot. It does bring the rest of the drones low, which means that they're going to be exposed for a while. Spine will come to the low ground. Does Mixu have a way to follow this up? He's going Ling speed, so he will have Lings with speed shortly, and that means he could bypass the Spinecrawler. There's no Queen in the game from GG Machine either, so he's going to be missing that at this current point in time. Spine will finish up. Again, that Ling speed about to be done. A few more Lings still producing in on both sides. The Lings coming by, the drone in production. Yeah, that Ling speed is about to complete. Lings move up. The Baneling going to get into the main base as well. A couple Lings still chasing for that Baneling just at this point in time. Baneling trying to find a chance to get toward the drones just now. Not quite going to find that just yet. Spinecrawler repositioning a little bit. Banelings connect. A few more Zerglings going down. Going to be having the Spinecrawler playing cleanup at the front. Lings come back around as well. Just going to be seeing the extra units still producing through. Mixu down 3 workers still after all of this, but obviously he has got the Ling speed and will be able to try and do a little extra at this stage. So kind of keeping our eyes open for that and seeing what exactly does come of this. Seeing how much success we might find for ourselves next couple of moments. Spinecrawler getting some damage out. It's going to go down, so the Lings will get the kill on this, and then, like I say, that opens the door maybe to even more of this aggression kind of continuing through. Lings, Banes, the Queen, all continuing into play for the moment here on Celestial Enclave. The extra Banes morphing. I mean, that can definitely still be the issue long-term if the chance is given, so We'll see. We got rid of a couple of the Banes. No, a couple of them actually survived. So that one that was very low did manage to finish. That's kind of a big deal. That feels important. Bane's moving up. The Ling's getting a little wrap around on that Spine Crawler there as well. That Spine Crawler is going to end up cancelled already. So, cancelled Spine. And on we go. I mean, I think GG Machine might be dead because right now he's losing Lings as they spawn. And there's still Banelings left as well. That's the issue. Multiple Banelings available. GG well played. And Mixu is going to take it to a tied up scenario. He's going to take us to one final map to round the series out. Good guy, Mixu. You know, Mixu looks at us and says, you know what, guys? I get it. You don't get to see a lot of ZVZ. Let's make sure we get 5 games of it when we do get it. I appreciate that, Mixu. Thank you. Good guy, Mixu. Alright, we will have one more game. Let's invite an Indian Pommy, and we can go into our final game of the day. This time we know it's our final game. Winner of this plays Nikaract in the next round of the lower bracket. We still have Lemon, Trigger, and Aunt Baby Marine in round 1 of the lower bracket that we have not seen in week 1, but I'm sure we'll see those guys in week 2, as well as a lot more of the upper bracket, and there's just so much lower bracket to play out. Like I said, this lower bracket is kind of a tournament of its own. It's a beast, and very fun to see. Excited to see how all the guys do. Like I said, it's a very unique tournament, this one, so let's jump into game and get this started up, guys. Kick this into action. See what's gonna happen. Winter Madness is our map. We are gonna have in the top left-hand side the blue Zerg player. This is Mixu, who, with the aggression in the last game, brings us to this 5th game against GG Machine in the bottom right-hand corner. 2 players I enjoyed watching during the Challenger brackets. GG Machine especially, we saw in a couple of them. Excited to see what he can do as the Overlord moves out. Overlord from both players, setting up initially. Getting underway. Getting things started, guys. Getting things started. No early pool. I'm going to see both players building a drone, both players building a hatchery to begin with on this one, so that's obviously a little bit different to what we saw previously as well. Just a little different. Just a little different. Okay, Overlord to that upper left side. Hatch gas coming into play as well, so going to get that brought through for the moment as well, so that comes around, gets started, etc, etc. Yeah, Hatchcast Bull in from both. I mean, not much else to say right now. Just going to see them both taking at least a few moments to get set up onto this. Figuring out what exactly will be next here. All those are going to pass each other by a couple seconds, so we just get set up in that regard. Just going to be high-fiving for a couple moments. That Ling speed coming through on both sides of the map as well. A couple queens coming about. Drones and Lings all on the way. As we take just a couple moments to get settled in here. The couple queens coming about. The Lings on the way. Drones producing through. So a lot of that coming into play as we speak for now. Waiting for something, like I say, a little bit more meaningful and specific to start happening, but there ain't anything for the moment. You have those hatches coming through. Again, the Ling's building up. That Bane Nest is going to be a part of this as well, so the Baneling Nest starts up at the front. It's going to start at the front from both players, so we're going to see that pretty much be kind of an expectation right now. Really not too surprising. Bayonet's coming by, the Link's coming up, the Link speed is very much so producing through as well, so a lot of that coming straight into play. And we'll see what happens next here over the next few moments. A couple of Links trying to nibble by, trying to see what's up. Things will chase. The rest of this coming through again. The rest of those Lings continue to come about right here. Continue to get this going. The Rotron coming up. The drone's building. Ling Bane continues to come about. We have a few Lings going to nibble at that hatch already. So just going to get that straight into play. The Zerglings are going to come through as well. Going to connect. Zergling just going to get jumped on. Rotron and Evo Chamber continue to come by as well. Extra drones continue to try and get into place. The Queen just going to shoot. Ling's going to come by as well. Just still seeing a little bit of the CVZ action really kicking off. And yeah, we'll see where we go next. The Bane Nest is making a few Banes out. So we're just getting some defensive Banes from Mixu. GG Machine with a lot of Lings coming across. Let's see what these Banes can do. Going to get these out defensively ASAP here to really deal with this, as we are going to see a couple of connections going off already. So a few shots coming straight in. It's going to be seeing the other Banes coming about as well. And Rotron, Evo Chamber all building up. The extra drones and the Overlord coming by also. A lot of that continues through as the extra Roaches produce in. And Evo Chamber producing by as we speak. Just going to see the extra few Banes and the Roach just going to continue down to the bottom side of the map. So Mixu going to try and start sending units the other way. He's building a lair, he's building drones, but there's a ton of Roaches coming up here from GG Machine. So it feels like he is the one that really wants to start committing into something right now. And kind of understand that is the case. So yeah, it does feel as though GG Machine will be our aggressor as Mixu starts up a spine crawl. So he's starting to recognize a little bit of what's going on at the moment. So realizing what's up, realizing what's going to happen here, realizing what kind of needs to be done to figure this problem out, which is obviously get spine up, get more of your own Roaches on the way, get those on the way out as well. So just in general starting to make this happen. GG Machine starts to go back home, but he's still making units, so he's going to make it look like he's going home. We'll see if he actually does kind of commit all the way back. I mean, surely not, because he's making more units of his own, but Mixu is going to, restart the lair. He's going to get the missile upgrade on the way, so maybe he believed it. Now the Roach is coming back through with extra reinforcements, plus a massive wave of Lings that are in production at the moment. Banelin's going to morph as well. GG Machine currently up 25 army supply. And Mixu, he cancelled the spines as well. He thoroughly believed his opponent was giving up on the attack. And so he bought into the retreat. A few Lings is going to go nibble at the front just to be annoying. The Roach count already very good here for GG Machine. It's going to be powered up by these Banelings, which can kind of pick and choose their fight right now. A few drones getting pulled in. They're going to try and do their thing over on the sides. I mean, this is just looking brutal. Mixu's supply not looking good. GG Machine is going to get the GG out of Mixu, and that is going to do that. That, my friends, will see us at a 3-2 victory, and GG Machine is going to be the leading name on that victory screen. A Game 5 that goes his way. GG Machine to wrap us up on the day. How about that? How about that? GG Machine advances through into the next round of the lower bracket, and he will be playing there. As we say, thank you and good night. Because that will be it for us today, guys. Let's have a look at the bracket and just have a look to see where everything is at following all of the games we've had today. So let's just bring this over for a couple of seconds. I'm just going to use the Wikipedia so we have the dark mode so I don't blind you guys. So obviously GG Machine advances in the lower bracket. He will play Nicorect, we saw earlier. Mana advancing over MilkyCow. He will play Rebellion. Going to be a fun one next week. See how Rebellion's looking against someone that is not Cure. I think is going to be a bit of a fairer matchup for him, but still tough. Obviously, like I say, we've got a couple of round 1 lower bracket matches yet to play, which is Lemon versus Trigger and Art versus Baby Marine, so they still have to be figured out and played out here. So that's going to be a factor as well. That's something else for us to just look at and think on. And yeah, what else have we got going on then, I guess? Yeah, I guess we have ourselves the upper bracket to talk about, because we saw a lot of this today, which was Classic on an absolute win streak, 4 in a row. I mean, his run is really kind of wild. He went to 5 games against Percival, 5 games against Cristiano, and then 3-1 Solar, 3-1 Showtime, and then 3-2 against MaxPax. 5 games there as well, but the blink all in, got it done. Classic sits in the upper bracket final, already guaranteed top 3. He is a first-time, he would be a first-time champion of the OSC circuit if he was to pull off the victory this year. So we'll see if he can continue that form. Like I say, next time we see him, that's probably way down the line. As you can see, obviously, elsewhere in this bracket, the upper bracket looks kind of fun still. I actually love the rest of this. Creator versus Shin, Gout versus Kira. This top side's super cool. Winners of those play each other, then winner versus Clem versus Bjorn versus Hero. The winner of all that comes out against Classic in the end. And of course, we start, as those matches get played out, we'll start to drop players into the lower bracket as we've done today as well. Cristiano, Showtime, and MaxPax have already dropped in, and Solar, sorry, as well. So you're going to start seeing the gauntlet in the lower bracket kind of develop as well. And that's the gauntlet that comes up after this whole section over here gets set up and figured out as well. So, yeah, a lot going on over there, and that should be super fun to figure out. There's a lot of PvP up in this top side and so on. We might have it. That looks like a PvP day to me, honestly. We'll see how that spreads out, but yeah, like I say, there's so much to be done in the lower bracket. I mean, if you think about it, like, this is maybe like a couple of matches here, and then a couple of matches down here is a day, and then we get like, this is going to be like a day, and this is a day, and then we have, last week is probably like day 1, day 2, day 3. I don't know what the schedule is, but like guessing something like that, it's going to be fun. Week 3 is going to be awesome, especially. Next week's going to be a lot of lower bracket action and finishing off this top side, so make sure you catch us for that, guys. And that is going to be it for us today. Thank you again to everybody. Thank you to OSC for having us. I'm going to go and take a day off. And like I said, I'll be back on Saturday. So again, there's a couple things going on. So this event just got announced. The Wrong Yi Cup just got announced earlier today. So this is going to be taking place Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday are qualifiers. So we have the WardiTV Winter Cup. So this event already looks awesome, but there will be qualifiers, like I say, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. We've moved the WardiTV Winter Cup timings back to make sure that our timings for this event are not going to overlap. Instead, we will kind of do back-to-back tournaments. So that's going to be fun. That's going to be what we have on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I mean, Monday is Monday Cup, but there's just lots of StarCraft starting to go on. Like I said, we're going to be casting like every day for 2 weeks, starting Saturday, so that should be fun. And I appreciate you all. You guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you guys on Saturday for more StarCraft 2. A set of ads on the outro, and I'll host someone up. You guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye. If you guys want more StarCraft, there'll be a Rain or MaxPax Best of 5 coming up on YouTube in about 5 minutes once I've made the thumbnail and put it live. Basically, as soon as the YouTube stream goes off. So if you want to watch that, that'll be on the YouTube channel. And if you go over there, make sure you subscribe. Appreciate you guys. Have a great rest of your day. Bye.